are more answers than you know.
Four students found each had multiple stab wounds. Some had defensive wounds, showing they fought with the attacker. And there was no sexual assault. County Coroner Kathy Mabbutt is describing the murders as personal.
My girl, Kathy Mabbutt. You know how much I love her. She's just amazing. The world's most amazing coroner ever. So welcome everybody. I'm so glad that you're here on this lovely, well, it's a Saturday evening if you are in New York like I am. So if anybody's new here, please let us know where you're from. And I'm so glad all of you guys are here. Hi, Chemistry Queen. Hi, Ara. Oh, first time at one of your lives. I love your video. Thank you so much, Chemistry Queen. I really appreciate that. And I'm really happy you're able to make it tonight. Let me just ask really quick before I continue to talk. Is the audio okay? Hey, Crosshatch, how are you doing? I really appreciated your comment earlier. Oh, boy. Yeah, it was good. It was good. To movie Sound of Freedom and here. Sound of Freedom. What is that? Okay, well, I'll catch up on that later. So hi, everybody. I'm not going to say hi to everybody individually, but I'm very happy you're here. And we are going to be talking about the Idaho 4 case tonight, which was the tragic murders of Kelly Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. As many of you may know, Xana Kernodle's 21st birthday would have been just a few days ago on July 5th. So, you know, I pray for her family, for her dad, for her mom, for her sister, and she had so many friends, and it's just such a horrific tragedy. We should never, ever lose sight of that. So regarding what is going on now with, I guess we would say, the case, the Idaho 4 case, and the case against Bryan Kohberger, of course, it's in its pre-trial phase. And as many of you know, there have been tons of motions and responses and amended motions and motions to suppress and orders and, craziness back and forth since Bryan Kohberger was assigned legal counsel. So there is a lot to keep up with in that regard. And, there's a lot of topics. Next, we're going to hit the newly released video. People are referring to it as the Linda Lane video. It is a security camera footage video that is allegedly from Linda Lane, which is right in the neighborhood of 1122 King Road. I'm going to show you a map in just a little bit so you can see exactly where that is. But it was released kind of mysteriously just a few days ago. I think it was 5 days ago. And well, I'm going to actually let somebody else talk about what I was just going to say because they are a professional, whereas I am not. But let me just show you a little bit of this video here. Let me bring it to the stream real quick. Well, I guess I can tell you what I think about it a little bit as well as I'm doing that. Let's see. Just going to pull that into the stream. Oh, StreamYard, make my life easier somehow. I don't know how. Okay, there you go. So, here is a video. So this is a video that is from the perspective of an apartment complex that is very close to, it's hard to explain geographically where it is. I'm going to show you again on a map really soon, 1122 King Road. So there isn't too much going on in the security camera footage because it is, in the wee early morning hours of Sunday morning in November, as we know. So the interesting thing about this security camera footage, when I first saw it, and I wasn't really sure what to think, so I just did a really quick search. I was just like looking around on, like Googling, checking out YouTube, checking out different various sources that I personally rate as having different degrees of reliability towards verifiability and just credibility in general. And I was like, okay, well, hey, this actually might be a real video. There's nothing super sensational or salacious about it. There's not a blood curdling scream in the first 30 seconds. There was nothing about it that made it seem to me like it was a video that was put out to intentionally trick people into believing it is something that it is not. Y'all follow me? So I started watching it. I was really excited. I started making a video right away because I was like, oh my gosh, this is really great. And I have the probable cause affidavit next to me and I'm reading the probable cause affidavit and I'm like, highlighting the timestamps, trying to hit those timestamps as I am watching this newly released video from Linda Lane, the video that nobody has taken responsibility for or accountability for. And I was freaking stoked. I'm like, this is awesome. This is going to help us understand a number of different things that we don't really understand right now. This is great. And then I was like, wait a minute. So as I was going through it and I'm making my video and I'm so excited, things were lining up just a little too perfectly. You know what I'm saying? Things were lining up exactly to what is specified in the probable cause affidavit. Now, obviously, that could go either way. That could be, that could be a good thing because, oh, well, yeah, it's in line with the probable cause affidavit. Look, check. It checks out here, there, and everywhere, all four corners, and then four more, check, right? And wow, and also the probable cause affidavit must be written really well by 3 years green Sergeant Payne because it is exactly aligning with what I am seeing here. But then, you kind of think, in what world does that happen? It's a little too perfect. So as far as I am concerned, the verdict is still out on this one. I want it to be a real video. I always want them to be real videos. I don't want to be naive. I don't want to be fooled, but it's always, it's always hopeful when you have something new, especially in a case like this, where there's been so little that is real released. When you have something new and that is real and that you can rely on without, deceiving other people by recommending it or, feeling like a fool because it's going to turn out to be something that it's not. Love that kind of stuff. But I don't know if this is the real thing or not. So I don't know. I'm sure that many of you have had a chance to watch it or have watched other creators or, I don't know, someone talk about it, or maybe you've talked about it yourself. What do you guys think? If I can just hear in chat really quick here. Be aware of Greeks bearing gifts. I'm sorry. Hi, Green Eyed Bandit. It's so wonderful to see you. Oh, hey, Mike. I'll get to you in a minute. I meant to click on Green Eyed Bandit. It was just the first comment that I've looked at in chat today, and it says, be aware of Greeks bearing gifts. What the heck does that mean? Oh, hey, Cindy Abbott, how are you doing? And Cindy says, Jules thinks that too, Kelly. So are you saying that Jules thinks that it aligns a little too perfectly as well? Hi, Bridget Stanley. How are you doing? Welcome. Nice to see you here. And Bridget says, thinking it could be mirrored to throw it off. Yeah, I think that something like that is possible. Yeah. Hi, Steve. How are you doing? Steve from, is that South Dakota? SD, South Dakota? Welcome. Glad you're here. Oops, I keep picking the wrong thing. Okay, so that's what you mean, Cindy. Okay, yeah, well, yeah. Oh, okay, let's see. So Kokomo, Indiana. So funny. My son was just singing the song Kokomo, not Kokomo, Indiana, but Kokomo, Key West a couple days ago. He's only 14, so that was really strange. I had that song stuck in my head for like the last 3 days. And here's Kokomo, Indiana. Welcome. How are you doing? New here. It's fake. What makes you say that it's fake? I'm leaning towards, I'm not going to lean towards the likelihood that it's real because, like I said, I just think that it's too perfectly aligned. And I also don't want to now publicly make myself naive. But I truly am leaning towards it's not, unfortunately. So, oh, wow. Honey Bun, you used to live in South. Hey, Honey Bun, how are you doing? Lived in South Dakota for many years. Well, that's interesting. You don't meet a lot of those people because what is the population of South Dakota? Not many, right? I'm sure it's beautiful, though. Hi, Megan McMorris. How are you? Oh, I know. Megan, yes, we're going to get to talking about that. Megan says, if it isn't real, how awful for someone to create that. Well, Megan, yes. Thank you. That's a great comment. Thank you for saying that right off the bat. I shouldn't say another word without acknowledging that, right? But, do I want to go down this road? I'm just going to say the fact of the matter is the amount of content regarding this case that has been completely manufactured by some kind of a creator. I'm not even going to name a social media platform. Let's just say people. All right. It truly is astronomical. With this case, I always try to check up on things and research as well as I can, vet things when I can. With this case, I have been vetting, like truly vetting, like in the true meaning of the word vetting, anything that is actually real and important, like running legal documents. Because there's just so much bullshit out there. It's too bad. I mean, these beautiful, beautiful lives and the victims' families. It's just such a shame. Hi, Arlene. Welcome. How are you doing? Hi, Jana Banana. How are you? Okay, so Jana Banana says the video was from the landlord of the apartments. That's right. So that's okay. Let me give you a little bit of background on this. So let me put up. Thank you for saying that, Jana Banana. I appreciate that. I've gone down so far the rabbit hole today. I said build this live stream, and then I've been taking in so much content and doing a lot of research. I've gone so far down the rabbit hole. I don't know if you've ever done this. If you've ever, maybe are of you done this before, you've done a live stream or something. It's like hard to bring yourself back to reality, right? Gone too far down the rabbit hole. Oops. So let me just pull this up here really quick. And welcome to everybody who's just coming in chat. Welcome to everyone hey there, to everyone who's watching the replay. I appreciate y'all. And if you are new here, please, if you're in chat right now, please let us know where you are from. If you're watching the replay, why don't you leave a comment? Let us know where you're from. I'm sure that a few people say hi back. We always do. All right. Just one moment. As I often say, I'm a very bad multitasker. Just gotta get this information up on the screen for us. Okay. Goodness. Okay. So here, I'm just going to start with this. I just can't remember the gentleman's name right now, who is the the owner of the property. So it is said to be released from that person, but I think that perhaps there is a base video that is, like what we are seeing here in the security camera footage. I just have the sense that it's likely been doctored. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong on this one. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. And I hope I'm wrong now. But, you know. So, all right. Since, you know what, since I did not make any videos about this, and I usually, if you're new here, I usually have prepared content that I have made for live streams, but that's just not the case today because there's a lot to talk about. And like I said, when I realized how well things aligned, I stopped making the video. So we're going to watch other people's videos, and I'm going to hook it up in the description. And sometimes I know these people play my videos, so hopefully we can just all reciprocate and be one big happy family. So this one here is from JLR, and let me bring him in. And then we're going to listen to Jennifer Kofendaffer, retired FBI agent who was on T-Rex earlier today. That was pretty cool. We're just going to listen to a couple minutes of that. She had some interesting things to say. All right, so JLR is in, I'm just going to be honest, like he does some informative videos, you know, good information. He is in Moscow, Idaho right now. I don't know if he moved there when this, I don't know what the deal is with him. Because honestly, I used to like really super not like him. Like when his videos would come out, I'd be like, oh, no, thank you, no. But I've changed my mind. So you're doing good, JLR. You're doing good. You're doing good. Let's see. Hello from New York. What part of New York are you in, Miss Lily C? I'm in New York as well. And, oh, Sue is from Tampa Bay. And, oh, let's see. I'll get to the other ones in just a minute. So let's get some of this content under our wing, our collective wing. Yeah, watch on YouTube, right? Is it going to switch over for you? Or no, I have to actually do it manually now. Okay, so now stop again and present. Oh, StreamYard, make things a little easier for me and everyone else someday. I have no idea how, though. All right, here we go. Hey, JLR. Sorry I didn't give you a fair chance at first.
Jonathan Lee Rich's investigates. I am on Linda Lane in Moscow, Idaho. I am 1 block away from the home where 4 college students got brutally stabbed during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, inside a home. Police have made no arrests, haven't publicly identified any suspects, and haven't recovered the murder weapon. And they're looking for a white
that we know of. And thank you, Miss Alicia. I'm in upstate as well. I wonder how close we are to each other. And thank you so much. I thought that this was the case. And then again, like I was saying, I've gone so far down the rabbit hole today, I'm second guessing everything. But Miss Lily C kindly tells us that, whoops, JLR went to Idaho at the beginning of the case back in November or December. Yeah, he is definitely committed. You have to certainly admire that.
white Hyundai Elantra. Now, why am I at Linda Lane, 1 block away from the Moscow home? The Moscow home is right over there. This is 1 block away to the east of the home. Why? Because surveillance. Look at that right there, surveillance camera. It has been reported that the owner of this apartment complex behind me reviewed surveillance footage, and this footage goes a straight shot to Taylor right there. That's Taylor. And they said the owner, which owner of this home, his name, I'll just say Kane F.
Yeah.
Kane F. says around between 2:45 and 3:15 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, a white vehicle went past the house, went past here towards the Moscow house. So going from east to west, it actually from 2:45 to 3:15 saw a white vehicle on surveillance go this way. The owner said that, but the owner did not say that the vehicle was seen leaving at any time on surveillance, leaving out. So I thought that was interesting, because the owner also said that his surveillance picked up a sedan car that went past this way at 1:45 a.m. and then went back that way. And the owner stated on the record that that was probably the ride share that took Kaylee and Madison home that day. So surveillance. I'm going to spin this around.
Okay, so let me just make a point there, piggybacking on what JLR, who I'm sorry I didn't give him a fair shake at first, I had to say right there. So he talks about the owner of that apartment complex, and yes, his name is Kane F, and his last name is, like, I don't want to guess at it and get it wrong, but yes, we'll just call him Kane. It's a cool name. He says that the person that he was talking to who reviewed the security camera footage references, this car was probably the ride share who, I don't know if I've said it like this a few times, but I meant to put this little factoid I'm about to tell you in a minute here out as part of content in some of the, videos that I've done regarding things that our two friends from the University of Idaho, the two State High guys who are friends with Ethan Chapin, the things that they wanted to share with you. Way before I knew this was the case, that the person driving the rideshare car was a younger fraternity brother of sorts. It wasn't their fraternity, but I'm starting to digress. So one of the things that was a little too perfect for me when I was reviewing this this recently released alleged authentic security camera footage from Linda Lane was that precisely at the time when, it was at first Olivia Gonsalves who pegged the time. Kaylee and Madison got home at 1:56 a.m. So it's a very specific time, 1:56 a.m., right? Not 1:50, not 2 a.m., not 1:45, not 1:56 a.m. So, here's another interesting thing about that 1:56 a.m. And I did not think about this. I had not thought about this in a very long time until I was considering all the two perfect matchups between the probable cause affidavit and this footage yesterday and today. At some point, you know what? I'm going to go back to that. But in the security camera footage that is supposedly from Linda Lane, you hear like a door open and close and a door open and close, like two car doors open and close, a car wait for just a couple moments, like what might be if like a young gentleman was waiting for some young ladies to walk from the car to their door, doing the right thing and making sure that they, ironically, perhaps this person made sure they got in there safe. How ironic is that? And then you hear the car start up and just like, kind of like drive away. And that might have been the thing that put me over the edge, because I was at first watching the footage that was more relevant to the times in the probable cause affidavit when, Kohberger was driving around the neighborhood, or the suspect was driving around the neighborhood. The suspect was going into the house. The suspect was leaving. And then I watched the segment of the video, because the whole thing I think is like 4 hours. I think there's like 4-hour segments. At least that's how I consumed it. I went back to the earlier time periods, and right as I'm like reading along the probable cause affidavit, and I remember, Olivia Gonsalves saying the first time she was interviewed, it's 1:56. You got to get this right. It's 1:56. It's 1:56. And then in her successive interviews, she talked many times about how she really needed law enforcement to change the official timeline, which they just didn't do. And I'm sure that was so frustrating. So yeah, on the footage, you do hear, what I think either is the dude dropping the young ladies off at 1122 King Road, or it was the footage was messed around with to make it sound that way. So people like me would get all excited and start making videos. Some of them never stopped, though. I stopped. So, but here we are talking about in the live stream. So Mike asked, hey, Mike, how's it going? What makes you think that the audio is fake? The only thing that makes me think two things make me think the audio could be fake. Number one, the number of fake audio recordings or real video recordings where fake audio was overlaid that have been released since this tragedy has happened related to this case. I mean, this case is just like teeming with like bullshit content and evidence. It's wild. So there's that. So I guess that just sets me up for a little speculation as far as credibility up front. And then the second thing was, like I said, when I was going through it and everything lined up and like then some with any time that we would know of that has been made official, particularly through the probable cause affidavit, it just seems a little too perfect for me. There's actually a third reason. I felt like I had seen this footage before. Like we're talking a long time ago. I don't know if these even happened with that many long ago's in there, but I believe perhaps before. I'm not sure exactly when it was. I feel like I had seen this before. I really feel like I have, and there wasn't as much many audio events in it. But I'm not sure about that. I could be wrong. Memory could be serving me incorrectly. Yeah, it was before there was an arrest made. Yeah, it was like really long time ago. Oh, interesting. So Jana Banana, full of great things to say, also says the Gonsalveses have the original now. So I can't wait to see what they have to say. Oh, that's great. Did they get it from law enforcement or did they get it directly from Kane, the property owner? Yes, Lily, Miss Lily C. This is kind of what I'm going for. Lily says the video may be true, may be authentic, but the sounds are not. That's what I am thinking is happening, because everything that was causing me to go, oh my God, this is just too freaking perfect. No, I'm not making this video. I'm not going to put it out there for y'all to see and endorse the idea that, you should be relying on this video when I'm questioning it so heavily now. All of those things that perfectly align. I think all of them, I'm just saying this off the top of my head now that we're making that, differentiation between audio and visual on the video. I think all of the things that were too perfectly in line with the PCA were audio events. They were things that you could hear. Oh, okay. Let's see. And I'm open to what you have to say. I honestly, I don't think anyone knows the answer for sure. And if you do think you know the answer, like know the answer, like, wait a minute, hold up, Kelly. I actually have got the answer. Wait a minute. Y'all probably don't know this, but I do have the answer because I have some special set of, information. Get my attention and let me know. Barring that, I'm not sure if anybody knows for sure, but let's see. Okay, and Richie, let's see. Richie 7G, welcome. How are you? Glad you're here. Richie says the audio isn't fake. It's picking up things around that apartment building, not the house. The house is 111 yards from the camera. That's great. I was going to say 110 yards when I was going to get to that point, but you are being even more precise. Yeah, and that is a pretty far distance for it to be picking up audio. Great. I'm so glad that you said this, because what you are saying now just further helps people to understand, the difficulty in the idea that all of a sudden there is this video where all of these audio events line up perfectly with the probable cause affidavit. So as Richie points out, the house is 111 yards. I want to make sure I was using the correct unit there. Yards from where the security camera is located. So, I mean, the microphone is not with that many apartments, and it's a college, so it literally all hours of the day and night people are going to be moving in some way, shape, or form. We saw some animals, maybe stray cats or I don't know what, people walking their dogs. just while you're watching that video, there definitely are things going on. So for a camera or a microphone to pick up all of those precise, perfectly aligned audio events that hit the nail on the head with what is prescribed in the probable cause affidavit, when it is that far away, a football field plus 11 yards, I just don't think, now I really don't feel like it's authentic. Thank you for adding that. You guys are great. You guys are the best. Well, here, I'm going to let JLR keep talking.
You can clearly see a security camera right there. And that camera faces out to Taylor. Right over there is Blake. You turn there. You can make a left and you can go Nez Perce, which is the Sigma Chi fraternity right over there. The Moscow home is right over there. Believe it or not, right over here.
Now, guys, is he referring to a camera that we believe we have the video, at least footage from? One of the ones that is in question, the Linda Lane footage, or is that a wrong camera? I got a little. I'm a little unclear on that. If anyone has any insight into that in chat, go ahead and say so.
The Queen Street apartment complex is next to the home, right there. I've made a video going through there, so you need to check it out. But surveillance right there puts the vehicle, if it's the same vehicle, a white vehicle around 2:45 to 3:15, seen going west, but not seen going back. What does that mean? What do you think that means? Is it just an unrelated car? White car? Could it mean that whoever drove this was it the white Hyundai Elantra? And if it was, why wasn't the car seen going back that way? Could they have left and went the other way, which Taylor turns into a road at the end there, and then Walenta winds around to other streets that takes you eventually out to Palouse River Drive? Did they leave that way? Now I'm walking down to the bottom of Taylor. I just want to show you what this area looks like, but directly behind me. It's amazing that surveillance there could catch what passes through here all the way down here. It's amazing that individual was able to capture that. Kane F. That was the owner of the house who went on the record. So you can Google around and fact check yourself if this has been reported.
It sure has been reported. In fact, I'm going to get to that in a little bit too. But if he's just, we can just kind of brush over all of it, because it's not, I don't think all these extra facts that, and I'm sure a ton of other people, but I'm just speaking my experience. I certainly know I'm not the only one, but, I spent a ton of time researching it. So I could, either, make a statement in one direction or the other, that, based on my research and talking to this person and matching up this person, blah, 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 it is authentic or not. I never really got to that point. I'm just like in limbo. But yeah, it was definitely reported. The video does exist. So, as you guys are so correctly stating here and kind of guiding me and keeping me focused in chat, thanks so much, my friends. It really is an issue of the audio. Now, I saw that, okay. Michelle Klotz, and hi, Michelle, how are you doing? Welcome. Said, I saw a video of Drunk Turkey taking back what he first said about the video and how the car isn't even a Hyundai. It doesn't look like a Hyundai. Well, thank you for saying that. And that video, I think, was from a couple days ago, right? It was just he and Big Blue. And I think that video, my sense was Daniel was getting like a little frustrated. I'm not sure why. I just think, we all have those days. And you're right. Yeah, he did. But then I also just saw that he put out a video just a few hours ago. And I was just kind of checking it out to see if any of it was going to be worth playing for you guys. Not like, you know what I mean? Like if it was the information that I was looking for to supplement what I already had to give you guys a good presentation. And I just didn't even get through it. So where did it go? I pulled it up. Let's see, got a few tabs here, and what? I think I tabbed over it, but that's okay because I can always get back to it. Okay. Okay, so now this one, my friends. So you see what Michelle here is saying. She's saying, I saw a video of Drunk Turkey taking back what he first said about the video and how the car isn't even a Honda and it doesn't look like a Hyundai. No, I think that it's a BMW. Anyway, the one that everyone was looking at is definitely, but there are other cars. There's more than one car, right? So yes, I saw that too, Michelle. And I was like, okay, cool. So that now here's the latest and greatest. So this is from, it's like a wonder. We all are in the hospital with whiplash, people. Let's see. Do you go to the hospital for whiplash? I guess if it's bad enough, you do. So then just a few hours ago, Daniel has a video, and the title is Bryan Kohberger, Why the White Car is the Suspect's Vehicle. So now we're back to, it is the suspect's vehicle. Well, you know what? Since I have it up here, let's give it a couple minutes, or maybe not even, but let's see what's being said right here. I'm just like at a random spot in the middle.
Welcome back. What we're going to be doing today is
I'm
brief
not.
Summary, a condensed version of what we talked about last night on our live.
We need that. Okay.
During that description of the vehicle that she was mentioning, that she would have probably put in bold capitalized letters, that the vehicle closest to the residence that you guys are using against my client indicates that it has a sunroof, indicating that it's not my client. Don't you think that it should be jumping on the roof, on the tables and chairs, and Bryan Kohberger would not be in jail right now?
Yeah, guys, that whole bit about the sunroof, some people making a big deal. Oh, that's not Bryan Kohberger's car, it has a sunroof. Well, yeah, that car that was being talked about in that instance, yeah, clearly had a sunroof, right? And I don't know why people think that was so smart. They could pick a sunroof out of a row of cars, some with sunroofs, some without sunroofs. What is going on with people these days? It just boggles my mind. But there's other cars, and that was never the one with the sunroof that, some people were making a huge hoopla about over the past few days. That was never even the car in question. Some people just needed to make a big deal about something. So the sunroof was the target of the moment.
I don't think that it's a logical explanation that there was a sunroof. I'm sorry. It just doesn't make any sense for me. But let's continue. Probable cause affidavit states that this vehicle makes 3 passes, and then on the 4th pass, we'll go back to the affidavit. It says starting at 3:29 and ending at 4:20, the vehicle is shown making 3 initial passes at 11.
No, we're not going to even do that because I already told you. I've already gone through this exercise, and I'm telling you right now, the audio events line up perfectly, and I've never seen anything like it. I don't think it's real. I don't think it's possible it could be real.
We know that there's a camera that is 50.
Oops. What? That's not what I want to do. What's happening here? What's happening here? I don't want to send YouTube feedback. All right.
Yards or 50 feet away from Xana Kernodle's bedroom, in the victim's residence and the apartment complex, and up this hill. Well, that leaves 2 disadvantages. One, he's going to have to look through his vehicle to look at that.
So anyway, the point was Michelle Klotz, yes, to what you said there. But then he changed his mind back. So I don't know what's up. I don't know. People are freaking crazy. We know that's true. We're all crazy sometimes. Richie 7G says, if you watch the 1 to 2 a.m. segment, there's a lot of commotion beginning at about 1:10 and carries on most of the rest of it. Screaming, yelling, singing, dogs, cars, neighbors yelling to shut up. Yeah, I did pick that up too. And what did you think of that, Richie? What I was thinking about that was, because I spent almost 4 whole hours of my life watching this. Yeah. So what I was thinking about that was, the bars close at 2 in Moscow, Idaho. So time frame, as you're saying it, around like 1:15 to, it starts at like 1:10 to 2. I was just thinking, oh, kids getting out of, coming home from being out at the bars for the evening or whatever, the frat house. Did you think there was something more to it, Richie, or anyone else that saw it? Yeah, so Green Eyed Bandit makes a really good point here. It says, bottom line, if I were BK, and we thank God you're not, we thank God you're Green Eyed Bandit, and I was innocent, I would be screaming my alibi. Why sit in jail for 7 months if innocent? Yeah, it's hard to think that, and I know that attorneys are always playing for the strategic advantage in the game. But it's always hard for me to think about, if somebody truly did not commit a crime, they do have an alibi. If they know that they didn't commit the crime, they know their alibi is legit, no matter how, mundane or salacious or whatever in between it might be. Um, but you just, yeah, I don't know. You just don't know. And I know for well, I can't even imagine being in that position, because my God, I would never even hurt. I don't even eat meat. I wouldn't hurt anybody, but, imagine being accused of like the most horrible, horrific, grotesque, egregious crime that most of us have really like been aware of happening in the, recent true crime history, or however you want to say it. It's terrible. It's all, like, how could you just sit there and not be talking about your alibi and your innocence if you were in fact innocent, right? Okay. All right. Okay. So Miss Lily C says, the one thing I don't get is the person that runs out to the truck. We're talking about, is it the black truck or yeah. Like didn't he find something weird about the car? Yeah. Right. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think if anyone knows what the timestamp is for that, or I can probably find it. We can check that out. That's right. So Sue Ann Weir says, and welcome, how are you doing? Video the Drunk Turkey Show put out, condensed today, was unreal. It was not long, and the explanation was spot on. So do you mean his explanation of what we are seeing as is a true crime community of this video coming to us, with the note attached that says, hey, this is the security camera footage from Linda Lane from November 13th. Here's all 4 hours of it. Enjoy. And he explained that whole situation well, or are you talking, or do you mean kind of like what I was saying, that the probable cause affidavit aligns with all of the events in that video, particularly the audio events, so well, it's unreal? Let me ask it a different way, Sue Ann. Do you think that the video with all the audio and accoutrements he played, because he and I, based on what I've understand from watching the few things that he's put out, a little bit of them at least, we're viewing the same material. Do you think it's real? Audio and video. Yeah, and Richie G again points out, and I mean, this is such an important point, so I'm glad that you pointed out again, and I myself am going to try to return to this point because it is critical. Richie says, it's all from the buildings nearby, not the house. The house is too far away. All right, so let's think about this. All right, let's just like switch gears for 1 second here and think about this. So 111 yards away, right? So if that's football field plus 11 yards, whatever that means to you. Let's switch gears, and I just want to look at the PCA for a minute here. Sorry, I keep sniffling. I have like It's you know, I know some of you are from Australia. I've seen some people from over in Europe. Here in upstate New York, it is July and it's really hot and humid and it's like super allergy season for me. Okay, let's see. Oh, good. She said ATS. I almost tagged, is ATS still here? I almost tagged ATS if you're here. Amber, if you're here, I almost tagged you on this video. Did I tag? No, I don't think I ended up doing it because I was kind of rushed, but welcome. I'm so glad you're here. ATS, by the way, is one of the channels that I have recommended a number of times recently as being one of those for reals channels that, you know, like covers things in this case and all other cases as far as everything I've watched on her channel in a very balanced and authentic and just like a normal person, a good normal person way. Thank you for being a good normal person, Amber of ATS News. I know I'm bringing the PCA in. Okay, stop screen, start screen. And this is when I start singing, oh, StreamYard, can't you do things a little better? All right, there we go. All right. Allergies, man. Okay, so I think it's on page 6 or so. Let me get down. Oh, wait, I want to go to the PDF version, so I'm going to have to do that again. And welcome to everybody that just came in chat, everybody that is checking out the replay. I'm so glad y'all are here. If you, while I'm uploading this document, maybe you want to go click like and maybe consider subscribing if you like all these awesome people in chat and you think you might want to come back. I'm sure we like you. Or if we don't, you'll probably know it because this chat is very friendly and likes everybody. So you guys are the best. All right. Okay, so I just want to keep myself on track here as Richie has been helping me do. So Richie, just before I started looking for this, which I'm about to talk about right now, was saying, you know, all of the things that you're hearing in particular that are reportedly from this security camera footage from Linda Lane, it's not, you might be hearing them, they might be there, or in my opinion, the video might also be doctored for extra audio events, possibly. But he's saying, you know, you're not going to be hearing so loudly and so clearly those audio events that are from 1122 King Road, because remember, he says it is 111 yards away from the camera, which is correct because I was researching that earlier. I had the number of 110 yards, but apparently he is more precise than I am, which thank you for being that. Okay. And I usually am pretty precise, but you get the gold medal this time. All right. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So that just very simply is this. So we're on page 5, yes, of the PCA. And I'm just going to make this a little bigger. Okay, let me just make sure you guys are seeing what I'm seeing, and yes, you are. So this just reads, at approximately 4:17 a.m. And oh, just by the way, I referenced this just short little paragraph and one other paragraph in a video I uploaded this morning. That if you haven't watched it yet, I would like you to watch it because I posed some like kind of I'm not usually one to say, oh my gosh, like I didn't realize this before and I haven't heard anyone talk about it, but like, oh, like I have a theory. I'm not like a person to do that at all. But this right now, today with this case, and I've been thinking about it for a while and it just kind of all came together. I actually am starting to have a little theory. It's weird. I know. I promise I'm not going to go crazy with it, but it happened. So I really like y'all to watch the video I uploaded today because I want to know what you think about it. It's just setting things up. Okay. At approximately 4:17 a.m. a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Cornotto's bedroom. Okay, so according to the people that have heard this audio, which are very few, the audio is, very muddled, and it's just picking up these certain specific things. It was something that sounded like it was voices. They sounded like a whimper or voices, not sure, followed by a loud thud, a nondescript loud thud, and then obviously, dog barking is pretty loud. So these are just some of the things that this camera is picking up that is 50 feet away, direct line of sight, 50 feet arm reach if you've got a 50-foot arm from Xana's bedroom wall. And as Richie is pointing out, and it is the point here when we're considering what is real or what can be attributed to 1122 King Road or to Bryan Kohberger or to any part of this tragedy, as you're watching that security camera footage or even if it is real, is keep in mind it is 111 yards away. There's about 3 feet in a yard. So, we're talking about this one camera is 50 feet away. If you're talking about 111 yards away in terms of feet, you're getting close to 350 feet away. I hope I did that math right. So there's just kind of a reference point for you. Okay. Now, let's see. Let me come back to chat. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Hey, ATS News. Hey, ATS News. I'm really happy you're here. I saw you in Police Off the Cuffs chat the other day, but I was in chat and then I was doing something. I was still listening, but I heard him saying hi to you. Oh, what are you guys talking about here? What are you guys talking about? What are you and Ara talking about? I want to know what you girls are talking about. So ATS News says to Ara, pretty much after I put it together in my head, I was like, oh, okay. I need to know. Oh, your latest video. Oh, ooh, everybody, ATS News latest video was amazing. Which one was that? I don't know if I watched it or not, but so everybody ought to go watch it. Yikes. I don't know. I had a kind of moment with, that's why I wanted you to watch the video that I put out earlier today, because some things are just really lining up. The details are lining up for me, and I don't do sensational crap. So they're actual real details. All right. Where are we at? Hi, Social Butterfly. How are you doing? Social Butterfly says, I think the video is 100% legit. I think the audio has been changed many times. Thank you, Social Butterfly. I appreciate that. Have you heard different versions of it where you know it to be changed from one version to the next? I'd be interested to know that. Because I've only been working off this one version that I got from a source that usually provides the most authentic audio or video of whatever it may be. So I haven't kind of checked around like that. Okay, so Richie again says, the JLR video, he's standing in front of the building that catches the dumpster video. Okay, got it. You can see him by it. The camera is pointed straight north. Thank you so much, Tony. Appreciate that. Hey, Richie. Thank you for that, Richie. And hi, Tony. I'm glad you're here. Great to see you. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hey, Prosser Gang, what's up? Great to see you as well. All right, let me just, I want to try to catch some chat here because you guys seem to be talking about big things. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading Dog Lover's comment there. Yeah, and his video is a very good reference for mapping this out now. He lives in Florida. Very good. Okay. So, hello. Let's see. St. Jenny, how are you doing? Great to see you. Welcome. Says DTS said that about the 12:47 a.m. footage, not the rest. What did he say about the 12:47 footage? I need to know. I just want to get in chat with you guys. I just want to snuggle up and chat with y'all. I feel like I'm missing out. Hey, Edward, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Thanks for being here. Hey, Laughing Sock, welcome. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so thank you, Michael. So some people are getting a little, okay, so yes, you're right. Okay. So the other day, yes, I was even a little confused. So you just said that, Mike, and now it's clear. Okay. The other day, Drunk Turkey Show did a video. It was Daniel and Big Blue. That's one where I said Daniel seemed a little, I don't know, he's like a little ornery or something. I perceive that. And that's not a critique or anything. It's just, I think if I perceived it, you might too. So you'll know which one it is. And he debunked the video that was the one. Okay, right, got it. That had the sunroof. I got it. And so then today, the video that I just showed you where he's saying, hey, this is how you know that this is Bryan Kohberger's car. That is the one that he's standing by and endorsing because he believes it to be authentic. Okay. Well, set me straight too. Thanks. You guys are amazing. Hey, Donald D. Nice 232. I'm sorry, 3838 from Twitch. They said he was circling the area 3 times. It said that in the PCA too. Yep. That's right. Yep. And again, I think some of the things that the car that we can see that I think a lot of people are saying, yeah, I do think this is Kohberger's car, or let's just say at least the white Hyundai Elantra, or the movements of that car are matching up with the PCA. And my thought is that video might be real and authentic. I don't think that the accompanying sounds with that video are real and authentic. But I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong about this one. I'd love to see. I'm just laughing. I love to see Drunk Turkey. What is it? Thank you, Richie G. This is good. So at some point I, was able to orient all of this, but I don't have it like written down now, and I could never just explain this to people. So if we are looking at it, we can reference this. Okay. He's just saying, Richie says, the longer vids are from a building a couple over to the west, right? Okay. Pointed northwest towards the parking lot. So look at the map, and we'll do that in a second. Got it. Okay, we'll go to the map in a minute here. You know what? I'm going to come back to chat in a moment here, but I want to play a little bit from T-Rev earlier today when he had Jennifer Kofendorfer on, who is a she's going to speak to her own credentials here in just a moment. So she can certainly speak best for herself. What's it? Oh, that's me. Oh my God. I forgot I made this video. Holy cow. I made a video that's actually going to be really helpful now a couple months back. I totally forgot about it. All right. Oh, that's so weird. Can you believe that you could make a video and just forget about it? I do it all the time. All right. Alrighty. this the one? No. What the heck? Let's see. Just gotta get his channel page. And get to the latest greatest from T-Rev, who is a channel I also stand behind these days. As far as, I was talking about ATS is, well, ATS is always like just for the real deal. Like that's just for me goes without any need to qualify or quantify. And I'm feeling that way about T-Rev lately too. Lately, I think first any channel creators getting their bearings, and first as a viewer, I wasn't sure, but he's taken some very, very good fact-based, evidence-supported, data substantiated turns lately, and you know how much I like those damn pie graphs. All right. Oh, I know. It's because I'm looking under videos. I'm not live. Oh, boy. Okay, here it is. Oh, good. I did set it up right where I want it. Okay, so let me bring this into the stream. So again, this is the YouTube channel TRev757, and this was from earlier today, and he was thrilled to have guest Jennifer Kohberger on, and she is just about to, in a moment here, speak to her own credentials because she is pretty extraordinary human being, and I couldn't possibly do her credentials any kind of justice. Seriously, that makes me want to laugh hard. Okay.
Speak and see or have somebody inside speak and see if it could be heard outside. I would want to hear if I could hear footsteps. All of that's so important, and videos are great, and they're going to have a very great schematic. It's been I really need to put it on Twitter.
You know what? I went too far.
DNA. Now, you made a great point on Twitter the other day, and I thought it was awesome because you said specifically, you were like, they never said there's no other DNA. They're only talking about the one on the sheet. So that, right. And then few others about some IDs being found, right? It was just a source. I don't know who the source is, but
the source was her.
Okay. The defense right. Nor the prosecution are putting in a motion to keep that house erected. I find it very interesting because no matter whether whether I am in the defense camp or the prosecution camp, and videos are great and piece of evidence for the prosecution because it really falls to. I've seen it both ways. When there's a
jeez, what the heck? I went way too far.
How far it was away, so people could see that.
Understand your expertise and what you've done in the world.
Sure, I'll be concise. My name's Jennifer Kohberger.
Sorry about that, guys. Here we go. I don't know what happened, but here we go.
I was a special agent with the FBI for 25 years and a federal agent for 28 years. During that time, I mainly investigated violent crime, organized crime, public corruption, gangs. I also worked for the Weapons of Mass Destruction and Counterproliferation. And I was on 3 SWAT teams, the Houston SWAT team, the Dallas SWAT team, and the San Juan team. And basically spent my whole career trying to put bad guys in jail.
Well, I appreciate it. I looked at your resume and I thought of like, wow, like you have a background that is so long. Like I was like, dang, 25 plus years that you spent time working for the FBI, etc. And now I want to jump into something right away because this footage that's being released, do you think it's authentic, being there's no verification to it or no validation? Nobody came out and said, well, this is the footage.
Okay, so the question here that Rev just posed to Jennifer Kohberger, who's a former FBI agent and a whole bunch of other like shitload of amazing superstar, rock star. Thank you so much for your service, Jennifer. Things. He said, do you think that the footage is for realza? All right. So let's see what our girl Jennifer Kohberger has to say about that
footage. But what are your takes on the footage that dropped?
So my take on this new footage is I just don't know that I trust it or that it can be believed. And even if it is authentic, which there's really nothing to tell me it's authentic. I'm really leaning toward the other position. It's just not positioned correctly, really, to see what we're looking at. I actually posted on Twitter the line of sight, how far it was away, so people could see that I don't believe that's the parking lot that we're looking at. And also, if you look at the probable cause affidavit, it's very specific about how they believe Bryan Kohberger in his Hyundai Elantra did 3-point turns and did his drive-bys. It's super specific, and I think it's based on other video.
Wow. Okay. Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate that, because a lot of people are going crazy over the footage. I'm getting emails. I'm getting inboxed everywhere. So I'm like, I'm going to ask her that. Another thing is, I want to ask you, maybe you know the answer, maybe you don't, but will the medical examiner be able to tell if all wounds were 100% made by the same weapon?
So we don't know, because the ME never gave that specificity, but certainly it's implied. It's implied throughout the probable cause affidavit that it would be the same weapon. But it's not specifically said. So I always try to stay away from what is 100% known from the words that were said and what is implied. And if I say something that's implied, I'm going to let you know. So I believe, based on my training experience,
Let's see. All right, sorry about that. I was like clicking around so fast and furious. I just like clicked us down. So hey, the Rockways, how's it going? Hey, USQE. So all right, I'm gonna get down to. I'm so sorry if I missed, anything. If you said something like super important in chat, it was like, oh my god, it was so freaking super important, and like, well, I didn't see it because I'm coming ahead to current time. Just say it again though. You can just say it again. All right. Yeah, always. Ara says, hey, thank you everyone for being here. This chat is awesome. I agree. This chat is awesome. All right, so am I back? You guys got the audio and everything? We're all good. We're all good. Let's see. We all good now? I think we're all good. Let me check it on YouTube. Make sure we're all good. Make sure I'm not talking to myself. I hate talking to myself. All right. Okay. So let me mute that. All right. So we're good right now. Okay. All right. Very nice. Yes. And all right. That's actually what Jana Banana asked for my email a while ago. That's what I was trying to get to her, put in chat. But I should just know you were going to do that. Stop trying to do everything myself when I shut us down. So it's wattsobsession@gmail.com. If anyone needs my email, again, it's wattsobsession@gmail.com. In the email address, there's no word the. It's not Watts the Obsession. It's just Watts Obsession. All right. Don't know why I did that, but that's what sometimes I do, nonsensical things, and that was one of them. All right. Cindy, that's funny. All right. So let's see. Michelle Klotz asked, do you think cameras will be in the courtroom for live airing? So let's see. Well, the ruling was that there could be cameras in the courtroom. They talked about how the judge, of course, talked about how the cameras were taken out in the Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell trial, because the cameraman was always focusing right on, the defendant. But I actually do not know if that meant there can be cameras in there for footage that is later released. because they do already have that to some degree. So it is for, man, I've gone too far down the rabbit hole. If anyone can answer that question from Michelle Klotz, that would be amazing. I think the answer is yes. All right. That was not right. A piece of different thought. The hell it doesn't. Let me just see. Pride or Honesty? No freaking way. Pride or Honesty is one of our first and most wonderful favorite channel moderators, and my future husband. And he just ghosted me. I haven't seen you in like 6 months. What's up, future husband? Pride or Honesty says, that footage is real. The angles match the camera address position compared to 1122. The audio is questionable, though. Oh, good. I'm glad you said that. I thought you were hook, line, and sinker. I was like, no. Well, maybe that would have been a good thing. But Olivia Gonsalves said they saw ring camera footage, so there's more than what was leaked. That's right. So that's what I was almost mentioned earlier, but then stopped myself. But since Pride or Honesty, my future husband, has brought it into evidence, I am going to now cross-examine. Oh, I'm just kidding. Olivia Gonsalves said that we know for sure that Kelly and Madison arrived home at 1:56 a.m. So, and I remember very early on hearing that and it being just such a super specific time and just kind of thinking, wow, how do they know that? Okay, well, we know that, they have the phone records. And was she, saying, okay, well, we know at this time the ride got there because they sent a text and said, I'm here. And Kelly said, okay, I'm getting in the car right now, actually. And then they know it takes 5 minutes to get from the grub truck location to the house. And they know it takes 30 seconds. No, because during one interview and one interview only, well, if this is accurate, and I believe it is because Olivia Gonsalves tends to be very accurate in what she's saying. She is a precise kind of person. She has a very precise constitution. She just likes that, at least with this case. I mean, that's the only context in which I know her, and probably you know her, of her. She says, anyhow, that they saw the ride bringing Kelly and Maddie home. They saw Kelly and Maddie get out of the car, and they saw the ride share dude drive away. So there is some security camera footage that is going to provide a lot of visual and probably audio information regarding, what is going on right in front of that house. It's out there somewhere because we have the statement from Olivia Gonsalves, who tends to be very accurate and precise, saying that she saw the video and what she saw in the video. That's as close as you get to a done deal, if you ask me, in this case. You know what I mean? So. Let's see. I'm just trying to get pick up in a place in chat here where I can kind of latch on with you. Hey, Turquoise, how are you? So great to see you. So now we're talking about, was Kelly the target? I see that conversation happening in chat. I said this, I think during the last live stream, and I've had this opinion ever since I first heard about this, and ever since I first heard about the possibility of specifically Kelly being a target. I have been constantly in a state of, always having it on my mind. If I'm researching something, I'm going to look a little further down whatever path, if it seems like it might be going in the direction that would substantiate that claim that Kelly had a stalker. Well, I guess I should say there are two sources I heard it from. The first one was O.J. Simpson superstar Mark Fuhrman. And it was the first time I think a lot of people heard about the idea of Kaylee having a stalker. And what he says is very vague and it's very strange. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but neither does he, by the way, in general. And how the hell did he end up going from California to Idaho and showing up again in a whole high profile case that he has nothing to do with? Anyway, the second person that did say something about Kaylee mentioning directly to them or in front of them. No, it was to this person. It's a guy that works in a vape shop that Kaylee and Maddie went in frequently. And he claims that, and I can't remember, I'm sure we could find it, but it was on, can't remember what channel it was on. He's interviewed by somebody and he claims that, she had been mentioning that she was really bothered. She had somebody that was stalking her. And I honestly don't remember the rest of the details, but I do know that that person also does say that, there was something about Kaylee having a stalker. Other than that, the only person I know about is Mark Furman. And like one of my basic rules in life is if it comes out of Mark Furman's mouth, I just wish I never heard it. So I don't even know what to say about that. I personally think that the target, I personally do think that there was a target, and I personally think it was Maddie. And there's a lot of reasons why I think that. I've made a few videos on it, and there's some things I haven't yet discussed even. Because, and the reason why is that I could see them fueling the fire of manufactured bullshit disseminated through the streets of YouTube just to make everyone smell bad. I don't know. I just see what people are doing right now, and I don't want to put anything out there that's going to contribute to it. So you'll hear about it soon enough. Oh my gosh, no way. Just Larry. Also, another resident of upstate New York. My neighbor, Just Larry. So great to see you. So happy you're here. Thank you for saying hi. I was just thinking about you the other day. Oh, how's your part of upstate New York? Oh, yes. Oh, no. Crap, guys. I'm in a situation. Yes, Just Larry, you are my future husband, too. Somebody go handle Pride or Honesty. Isn't that a terrible situation to get in? Oh, no. My gosh. Okay, so I want to, let's see. I keep getting behind the chat, but all right. Hey, you know what? I'm going to put up the link to chat if anyone does want to come up here and speak instead of just type. You're more than welcome to. And sometimes that actually helps me kind of work through some of the chat comments because, I am over attentive by nature. I give people too much attention and I want to read every one of your damn comments. So it's kind of a problem at times. So here is a link to coming up on panel, if you'd like to. Who's going to be the bravest soul? I know. The first of you to come up on panel can really be my future husband. That's your prize. Oh, God. Turquoise says, I love and appreciate Jennifer Kofendorfer. Feel bad when people talk bad about her. She has done things in her job for the safety of our country. Oh, yeah, I know. I hear people talking bad about her too. And I really, truly don't know why. I find her to just be very forthcoming, very fact-based, fact and evidence and data driven. And, every now and then she throws me a pie chart and I'm like, you're my girl. I fucking love pie charts. I don't really understand why people get all up in a bunch about her. Yeah. So thank you very much, USA. Kiwi says, yes, they saw the Ring camera of Kaylee and Maddie taking Murphy out. What else did it show? Yeah, that's what it was. Thank you so much. Yep. Okay. Whoa. Gosh, you guys have like so many good conversations going on. Yeah, no, you're right. So yeah, we don't have to get nitpicky about that. Yeah, no, so that's right. So the story is like this, and I've heard Christy Gonzalez talking about it in a few different interview situations. That Kaylee was not supposed to be in, or I'm sorry, she was not supposed to be, at the 1122 King Road house in Moscow, Idaho that weekend. She was home with her family. She was getting ready to be going to Texas for her internship. Her mom talks about it. It was being her birthday, but she wanted to go back to Moscow because she wanted to see Maddie, and she had just purchased a Range Rover. They say she purchased it by herself, which is quite an accomplishment. I mean, I'm sure, it was used and it was like installment payments or whatever, but still, it's quite a car for a 21-year-old young woman. And, Christy Gonzalez says, because it was my birthday. And so she was like, Mom, oh, I'm so sorry. It's your birthday. I'll take you out though when I get back or whatever. And she's like, yeah, whatever. So that definitely was the case. And she was supposed to be gone for, I think it was like a total of 3 days, something like that. I think it was 2 nights. But anyhow, yeah. So I think the point of you guys talking in chat there, what I'm seeing you say is that, and again, I'm going to put up the link for panel. If anybody does want to come up, you're more than welcome to. And if you don't, you know what? Screw y'all anyway. I don't like, no, I'm just kidding. It's fine. It's all good. The point that I think, you guys are kind of discussing there in chat is that if it was Kaylee that was being targeted, if somebody was truly stalking her, you would think that, it would be certainly probable that they would have an indication that she is leaving because she would have been packing. And stalkers tend to know what you're up to, right? That's like the whole thing of stalkers. So that would be a stalker's last opportunity to stalk Kaylee in Moscow, Idaho, or do, whatever sick people. There are sick people out there, man. You know that. Yes. Oh, well, and that was my video from this morning. US Kiwi says, and if Dylan Mortensen can call or text her roommates, she should have called 911. Yeah, I played just a little clip from Jewels of All Trades True Crime. And I just found that channel, by the way. I think you guys were telling me about it. I don't know, but I put a little clip of what she said because she's very frank about it. I just liked how she said it. Yeah, and she made the point that you're making USA Kiwi. I'm getting tired. I'm starting to mess up my words. Hey, the gift of Magi. They assumed it's his car because of his DNA. Duh. Yep, I wonder what this is in response to. You guys are funny. Oh, okay, I see. Maybe it was so. Law enforcement just assumes any white car is Kohberger. Well, I mean, I don't. White cars are the most white. I don't know. It's gone back and forth between white and gray. This was information that I sadly took in and hopefully didn't retain all of it because I need some space in my brain, and this stuff is not what the space wants to be used for. It's whiter, kind of like those grayish silver cars that look like are the most popular color of car. And the Hyundai Elantra is one of the most popular. I think it is the most popular make. I know it is, at least in this region of the United States, for the economy car segment of the market. I think that is consistent across the United States. However, I'm not 100% sure. So, that is hundreds and thousands and millions of white cars. So they can't be suspicious of every white car because they wouldn't even be able to brush their teeth and do anything else during the day. But I hear what you're saying. Richie7 says, you're just right in the same wavelength as me. I was just thinking about this. Says, I think the Ring video will show him parking in the back and lot and going in. Man, I freaking hope so, Richie. I was just thinking that too. And God, I hope you're right about that. That would be amazing. Oh my gosh, no way. Look who it is. My new future husband, Just Larry. Just Larry, how are you doing, my friend? How's it going?
What's up, Kelly? How are you?
I'm good. Really nice to see you. Check out your haircut too. I haven't seen that picture.
Oh God, I haven't been on YouTube in so long that I almost forgot how to do this. And I just randomly chose. I noticed I didn't even have a avatar, so I just went into my photos and grabbed a selfie.
No, I like it. You look good. You look
And
good.
that's the reason I took it, was I was showing someone my haircut.
Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I think about you occasionally and I'm like, Just Larry, get just here. Where is Just Larry? So it's really wonderful to see you. What a treat.
You too. I'm up late, way too late tonight. We got the Boilermaker road race tomorrow morning. I don't know if you know about the Boilermaker.
I know all about the Boilermaker, and where I am right now, we have the Gus Macker tournament.
Nice.
Gus Macker?
Yeah.
Okay,
cool.
Yeah, so it's like a weekend for those things.
It's gonna be crazy tomorrow. It's fun though. I got like family in town, so I just got home a little bit ago. I haven't really been off of YouTube for like over a year now. I don't think I've posted a video or anything in over a year, but I still follow. I mean, I watch things. I just don't. I got away from. I know you're Watch the Obsession, but that case killed me. I can't do it.
That case killed everybody. I mean, I don't even do it anymore, really.
Good. Thank God.
Yeah. No, I mean, I do. And I have some things that have been in production for a very long time and they will be coming out, but like I needed a break from it. I also just needed a break from, and I don't want to get too much into it, but like just the environment that it creates and all of that, everything, just, it's a little toxic, right?
No, it was bad. Yeah. That's why I got out. I mean, I was going down rabbit holes. I finally looked at myself in the mirror. I'm like, what are you doing? This case is over. I've gone up and down it. I went through everything. And I'm like, at the end of the day, people can hate me if they want, but the guy did it and it's over.
Yeah.
I mean I tried. I dug. I did everything.
Yeah.
I spent way too much energy on it. And
I
believed things, went through them. I did it all. So I don't blame anyone that still believes things. But
no.
The fact of the matter is he's a dirtbag, and he did a horrible thing. So I don't think he deserves attention. But this case, this Idaho one, has like gotten me obsessed. Good. That was good. So what are your thoughts? Go for it. Tell us what you think. The Idaho case, I think, especially with these leaks and these videos, I went over them, I dug through them, and there's some channels that put in there like what they think they could hear outside and what people are saying. I mean, at those hours, like anywhere around 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, that camera is pretty far away from the house. Yeah, it'll pick up some stuff, but at like 1 to 2 in the morning, there's going to be dozens, far more than that. Kids walk. I mean, we know because of the police camera footage, there were kids out in the field playing around Sigma Chi, and there's people live there. It's apartments all over there. It's student housing. You're gonna hear people yelling and having fun. And if you look at the body cam footage of the police when they would go to the house, you could hear people yelling from the house and saying things like, so anytime you hear a scream, I take it with a grain of salt. I mean, it could be anything. It could be those apartments. That's going down a crazy rabbit hole that we have no idea.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say what I did get from it. I guess the basics of it was that the timeline of the PCA lined up.
But did you hear the beginning when I was saying I was all excited about it, but then I was like, wait a minute, this is too fucking lined up. This is like way too much. It's like, I think I've never seen something line up like that so much. And what I noticed was it was the audio events that really punctuated it. So, my kind of like working conclusion is that the video is likely real. I think the audio has been doctored and in some or manufactured. And as Richie G, if you want to come up as well, I did just put the link in chat. I know some people wanted to hear from you, but Richie was saying, the microphone is 111 yards away from 1122 King Road. So all of that beautiful audio that you can hear, and beautiful, and the fact that it lines up with the PCA is what I mean. Like, it's almost not even possible for that to happen. So almost. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that was it.
I see what you're saying. I think when it originally released is when I found it. And
wait, when was that? When was that? It was a while ago, right?
Yeah, not well.
Like how long ago?
At least that I knew of was well, it was like what, a week ago or so.
Oh no, I'm talking about like way further back. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I thought this was just, but when I listened to, I didn't want to. One of the ones I originally pulled up was, I don't remember what channel it was, but it had like, things where they were putting things in front of you saying it says this, what they believe someone was saying.
Right.
And I'm like, I can't do that because I don't know. Has anyone here ever gone, like, whether it's Facebook, TikTok, whatever, you get those videos where they have those sounds, and if they put a word up, it'll say like, I think I saw one tonight, like it'll say you hear whatever you're reading. So like one thing said like green needle, and then if you look at the other word, it says this, and it's like, oh my God, I hear that when I read that, I hear this when I read that. So those are all suggestive things, as you're in behavioral thing. You gotta go in with so I tried not to watch any of those. I tried to just strictly listen to it myself with earbuds, try to line it up. Then I went through the common sense things you got to put through, which is the times. What are we seeing here? I don't care about what I'm hearing because nobody could ever prove what they're hearing. You can kind of line things up based on.
Yeah.
All right. So when it first comes, it all kind of makes sense. So you hear at 3:59 what sounds like a car pull up. You hear whether it's locking the door or whatever, then it unlocks the door right after, which lines up with the 4 a.m. DoorDash delivery car. That guy goes off. I know everyone, and I'm one of them. I always look with a critical eye, and I question authorities. I always look for, whether you want to call it a conspiracy. I definitely am open to that. But we also got to use common sense. So common sense showed me in this. I believe it is real, and I believe common sense showed that the delivery driver went off. And then about 5 minutes later, right as the PCA states, so they saw it, though, coming up from a different, I believe they were pointing to like a different doorbell cam on the street, maybe a neighbor across the street or something. They saw his car coming up the street. Well, then all of a sudden his car comes in, and it comes in the back right around that time. Then he turns around and goes out. Then he comes back. He goes around and he goes down the back side of it. And then he parks. We don't see anything or hear anything.
That's right, yeah.
And then right like the PCA says, we hear his car speed off, and it definitely goes, a car goes fast, speeds off. The only questions that this thing raised for me, and they probably, I'm assuming, at least I hope, pray to God, that they investigated this tape as well. Obviously, if it's being leaked, I'm sure it was given to the police too. And I'm hoping that they did it, but we haven't heard anything from them yet. So I'm sure they did, but until I hear anything, I'm absolutely want to know why everyone's not focusing on the 423 person that got in the truck and left. That is
so
way too coincidental. They walked from that, and someone said it could have been from an apartment. Well, if you see the videos where I think the interview room, I think also the other guy that I won't mention his name, but he went there and drove up there. So a few people have driven up, and some media too have driven up that route. If you go to where that person walked from to get into that SUV at 423, they walked from that side way. There's no apartment doors over there. The apartment doors were up on the level where the camera was. Right. So that's up a level. There's a wall there. There's a big barrier wall. No one's climbing that wall. So they didn't like walk out of one of those fire doors off to the left of the camera. They came from that alleyway. Well, the only door, if you walk that alleyway, there's no apartment doors on the side of the alleyway. It's just cars parked. So they either came from 1122, and this is just me. I don't know where they came, but they came from that way.
They came from that direction. Okay.
And they had to be walking a little bit. So at the time of, if you go by the time you think of someone, if someone is walking from there, all right, at the time that we hear, which is actually about 421, if the timing's right on it, you hear BK speed off. That would mean that person was walking up that alleyway as BK speeding off. And then it takes them maybe another 60 seconds to get up that alleyway into that SUV and back away. So they were there at the same time BK was getting in his car.
Right. That's
that's just me.
Yeah. No.
So I mean, is it possible too that the police didn't look too far into that? Yeah, absolutely. They're human too. They got a zillion leads. They could have missed that. I've always questioned, and I think very good professionals. I'm a big fan of Duty Ron and Ed Wallace.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
Ed Wallace has been doing this a long time. They're very serious people that don't
Yeah.
get into conspiracies. Ed Wallace and I both said a while back, and I remember Duty Ron disagreed. He said he thought he acted alone. And Ed Wallace said, no, I think I'm about 80, 90% that he had help. He always believed he had help. So it's not just a conspiracy. I mean, this is a very good theory. And another part of the evidence that, again, as someone in your chat, very good comments in there.
Uh-huh.
Someone in your chat stated they absolutely may have other things and probably do that we don't know about. But
I saw that. That was a great comment. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm basing it on just what we know right now. And what we know right now and what have been told is that no DNA evidence at all in BK's car. Committing 4 within that short of a time, so it had to be quick, messy, and there was no way he did it in such a precise way that zero DNA. I mean, I just simply will never believe that.
I know.
And I don't care how he cleaned his car. If he filled his car with bleach and poured it out, there would still be some DNA somewhere, whether it's in like one of the threads of his steering wheel cover, or accidentally on one single fiber of the carpet. So how did he commit that and not spread any DNA of any of the victims anywhere? I think he was involved and he absolutely committed these murders. I want to make that clear. As what we know right now, I think Kohberger is 100% guilty. However, my only question is, did he have help?
Right. Okay. So a couple things to that. Now, first of all, okay. So regarding the last thing that you had just mentioned, we have Honey Bunny who's still here in chat. So, a subscriber, but I've known Honey Bunny for Honey Bunny and I go way back. So her uncle is a detective. So she was, in contact with him while we were doing a live stream at one point, and he was taking questions from those of us who wanted to ask questions. And the first question, I was like, does anyone have a question? I said, oh, no, wait, never mind. I have a question. I'm going to be the first question because I need to know the answer to this. So my question was, how likely is it, if he was the person and the one person who committed this crime, that he would be able to, pull that off, so to speak, and to get in his car, to go back to his apartment with there being no signs of any victim's DNA in his apartment, in his car, in his workplace, or whatever it said in that court document that everybody raised their eyebrows at a couple weeks ago. And the response from this detective, who was Honey Bun's uncle, he felt that, it would be more likely they would find DNA, but he felt that it would be likely that they would not find DNA. And I wish I remember exactly what he said, because he said something that made me go, okay, all right, okay, you know what you're talking about. But I know it's quite unthinkable.
Yeah, I mean, there's, and again, these are all opinions. Even the most I'm far from a expert or professional on forensics, for sure. I mean, I've taken, my undergrad was criminal justice, but I mean, it took a couple of, forensic classes, but just to get through and, do your test. But so I'm certainly no expert, but common sense to me, and listening to the experts opine on it, who they have different opinions too. But the general consensus, and I've heard several of them, and I can't think of the name of who it was on News Nation, I believe, that was talking recently. And they agreed. They were like, it's impossible, almost impossible, that there's zero, if they did a full search, which I think they did, that there would be zero DNA in his apartment, his parents' house. And again, we don't know. They may have found, we only know that, like someone else in your chat said, which was great, we only know what the defense has come out, or what they stated in some of these motions, and they do it carefully. So there may have been DNA somewhere else. It may be on, they may have said not in the residences or whatever, but maybe in the garbage they also found DNA, not only of his father. They may have found something else with their DNA. We don't know.
Right, because they can be very crafty in what they said. And at this point, with this very strict and broad gag order, they know that their only way, normally, like, the prosecution or the defense attorney or somebody, representatives of those sides, would be doing pressers and would be giving commentary to the media, would be getting chosen and select information out there. They know the only way for them to disseminate any of their strategic ideas and evidence that they want to get out to the masses and maybe even the potential jury pool is through these documents right now.
Yeah.
So I think that is also something of what they're doing. Now, Richie G is coming up too. Richie G is going to join us up here, which I'm so excited to have all you guys up here. So let me just bring Richie G up. I know that some people in chat want to hear from Richie G as well too. Hey, Richie 7G,
Hello.
how are you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. So what's the biggest thing on your mind right now?
Well, probably that trying to sift through all the nonsense out here to figure out, exactly what went on.
Right.
I think a lot of creators are just doing stuff for clicks, and it's just muddying things up. I think the long videos, like I said, the value in those is that it verifies what they have in the PCA. I don't think the audio matters because it's not going to pick up. Daniel did a test the other night where we know that Ring camera picked up some sounds from the house, and he said the PCA says the dog was picked up barking at 417.
Yeah.
Well, he went through that video, the long video, at 417.
Yeah.
You can't hear the dog.
No, no, you can't. Yeah.
So
I noticed that too.
It's way too far away to pick up anything from that house.
That was the comparison. That's where I was going towards when I was talking about the house that was 50 feet away, but I never closed the deal on that point. So thank you for doing it for me again, Richie. Thank you.
Yeah. You got to remember, Richie makes a good point. You got to remember, this is inside a house too. I mean, even when we are hearing sounds, they are very likely either from one of the apartments in that building, or people out on the streets. It's easier to hear things on the streets. Like you can hear the cars because, again, it was very cold. As you know, you live in upstate New York. You can hear the crackling of going on ice or whatever that's on. So you're going to hear those things. But inside a house, it's going to be so hard. They found one 50 feet away, like Richie just said. They found one 50 feet away, and they were only able to very faintly hear what they thought was a whimper and then a dog bark at 417.
Yes,
I looked for that too on there. I heard no dog bark at 417.
Right, and being cold, that house was sealed up. No open windows, no open doors.
Right.
Because it was cold. So, I thought possibly if there were like ear-piercing screams, you might have heard that. But I even kind of doubt that.
Only when
I thought originally
in the house. What's that guy's name? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I thought originally you might be able to hear screaming, but thinking about it, I'm not sure that you would. Like you said, that's over a football field away from that camera.
That's right.
And I'm sure that microphone isn't the best quality either. So
right.
You're not going to hear anything from that house.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't think even if they scream, maybe if the windows are open and it was that quiet at night, but even if someone got out a good scream. But you got to remember, if we're to believe, which I know there's people out there that are saying that otherwise, but I trust these police, they investigated this thing. They did it. I think so far they have done, even the prosecutor. I know we're upset, and even me, I get frustrated. I wish I knew more information. But realistically, in the real world, they're doing an amazing job because they shouldn't be releasing this. As Joan Bradley in your chat said, they're probably holding it for trial. They absolutely are. They don't want to let this thing go. They don't want anything to slip. They definitely have a lot more. But we're as analysts, I don't mind, thinking based on, like I said, based on what we have. Like people are, I know, still talking about the DNA in chat.
Yeah.
I agree. There's many different explanations if it could happen, and they're going to do that at trial. I'm just basing my comments off what we know, and saying basically at this point, as of everything we know, and after watching that video, I agree with Richie. It lined up with the PCA. That was great for me because it showed, this all lines up. The only question I raise out of it, and again, only because we don't have the answer yet, but as of right now, is definitely 100% the 423 SUV is a concern, a genuine one that
well,
I'm sure they have an answer.
Let's take a look at that together, if you guys don't mind. What do you think about that 423 SUV, Richie? I'm gonna pull that up on the screen.
Yeah, I haven't given it much thought. I think it's coincidentally somebody leaving their apartment to go wherever they were going.
Okay.
You know, it could have been
That's
to
very
work or
possible.
whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I think it was just coincidental that they left at that time.
Yeah, that's possible. You know, and I just want to say one thing. And Michael, are you still here? I said this. I quoted him, and you know, he made this comment when, you know, we were up here. You know, some people were on panel talking about the idea if he had help or not. And I just read this. You know, Michael in the chat said, you know, from what we do know of BK and everybody who knows him and everybody who has spoken about him, and also even, well, from my perspective as a behavioral therapist and being used to really tuning into verbal and nonverbal indicators and kind of understanding what certain ones do mean to some degree, you know, within a certain context and range of reality, obviously. He is like the ultimate, like, archetypal, like, kind of antisocial personality. Like, you know, doesn't get they say, well, you can indict a ham sandwich. Well, he doesn't get along with even a ham sandwich or anything. Even all my 30 little cute little bunnies. Everybody loves a goddamn bunny. I feel like BK is really a difficult person to get along with. Everyone who has said anything that is like kind of remarkable about his character, his personality, that has really been kind of like the punchline of it. So anyway, Michael's point in a lot less words than what I'm saying right now was, he can't even like look a person in the eye when he talks to him. What makes us think that he's going to work with somebody so closely on like a, you know, a situation like this where there is so much at stake? I kind of tended to agree with that as far as like his personality profile goes, because I've been thinking about and working up his personality profile before we even knew Bryan Kohberger existed based on the hallmarks of the crime. I don't think his personality is one that could work so closely with another person to commit a murder with them.
Well, that's a good point. That's where your behavioral experience and, you know, that stuff comes in handy. I mean, the flip side of that is he's antisocial. You know, I mean, he had, obviously we know that we've learned a lot about him in his, you know, in his life, his drug use and all that. So you gotta socialize. And be able to network, as you know, as a drug user. I mean, finding dealers, finding drugs, finding that stuff. So he very well may have, and I'm just saying may have. I don't know. I mean, right now it points to me at least 100%. He did it. He was there. He goes on. The only question I have left that I'll even entertain with anyone is whether or not he had help. That's open to me. But then again, why wouldn't he? Well, I don't want to say that. I was going to say, why wouldn't he come out and say it? But he may have. They may be using that as a defense. We don't know yet.
Yeah, I mean, he won't even speak his plea. He ain't saying anything else. That's for damn sure.
And I definitely don't think that the police or the authorities are like covering up someone else. I mean, they have no reason to do that. I mean, this is 4 girls, and there's no like craziness going on here. I mean, it's otherwise irrelevant but normal people.
Right.
I don't see any reason for that. The idea of all that's been implemented about the talk of whether it's a drug house. I mean, people know it. People know of drug house. This was not a drug house.
I know.
Did these kids probably have drugs and how some weed and stuff? They're college kids. If they didn't, I'd be more disappointed in them if they didn't.
I know, right?
Of course, but was it a drug house? Get out of here! No, this was that caused. Look, we come from New York, as you, Kelly.
Yeah.
It takes a lot for a quadruple murder to happen. I mean, even the mob in the 50s didn't kill 4 people for even, you know, $50,000, $100,000. I mean, that stuff. That's just crazy. This is a lunatic act.
This is a lunatic act. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that everything that we know right now points squarely at him.
Yeah.
Nobody else.
That's right.
And I don't buy any of that law enforcement they're framing people to keep stuff quiet and all this. No. If they were going to frame somebody, they had 2 girls in that house they could have hung this up.
Exactly.
Why go through all this? Why go through all this stuff to frame Kohberger when they had two girls right there to do it. I think that's all just a big crock.
A whole host of freaking college dudes all over the place. Why would they have to like pluck this one guy out of freaking Pullman, out of the field in Pullman, Washington? So it was like there's nothing that makes sense about that.
Yeah, and I
and to
agree
wait that long to do it.
Yeah,
to bring them in.
The whole drug house thing is garbage. I think
it actually gets me. It makes me very.
None of those girls appear to me to be heavy drug users, and I know some.
Yes,
they were all happy, healthy, had all their teeth. They were doing well in school.
Yeah.
Drug abusers don't look like that. They're not successful at anything,
or
more
even,
or less.
Even at that age, you're going to start. There's going to start to be noticeable signs of deterioration in several different aspects of your life, to the degree where a parent, a friend, a boyfriend, a professor, people are going to start pointing this out to you and about you, and people are going to talk about it because the concern is very real, because we all know what drugs does to people's lives. We haven't heard a single person who knows these girls, including the two guys that I've been in touch with for the past 7 months. They were Ethan Chapin's fraternity brothers. They were like, no freaking way. It's not like that. Like nobody has said that about them. There is no reason to think that. None, zip, zilch, zero, except for there's a person named Emma Bailey who's a drug dealer and she lives in the area, kind of. Like, people fucking get real. Come on.
Yeah,
now,
I can't even follow that stuff. I accidentally, because of the algorithm, see some of those channels and, and clicked on it. I'm like, wait,
damn autoplay.
It reminded me of Watts. I'm like, you guys got it. I just had to stay away, and I just don't watch it, because it's like, I'll give it a second, and then I'm like, wait a second, did you guys just look through the police blotters and say, let me find something that I could say, this sounds really weird. It's a college town. People get arrested. They do things. They go places. I'm sure they know people. I mean, that house has probably had, someone mentioned, what about the other male DNAs that were found there? If you look at their pictures, they had parties all the time. They're sorority girls. I'm surprised there wasn't 150 unknown DNA found in there. I mean,
well, that actually has had me feel a little concerned that there is not more unknown male DNA, because we had seen recent pictures, photos, videos of the amount of males going in and out of that house partying. Who knows what they were doing? I'm sure they were like, peeing on walls, spitting, playing beer pong, wiping their sweat, and all kinds of other things. Why was there not more unknown male DNA?
Kelly, did we go to the same parties?
I think we may have. Were you that guy peeing on the wall?
I was that guy in college.
My thoughts on all that is that there's certainly more than 3. They're just throwing 3 out there. My feeling is the defense, they're not disputing anything. They're not disputing the DNA. They've offered no alibi. I think their strategy is going to be, they're going to simply attack law enforcement. That's why she wants the training records. And they're going to attack the process of how they got the DNA.
Right.
Because I don't think they have anything else. I also think that, did I lose you?
No, I'm sorry. It was me. I think I was about to speak, and I didn't want to interrupt you. Sorry.
Oh, I think Kelly dropped off there.
Oh, did she?
About that.
Yeah, it looks like
she'll be back. There she is.
Yeah, sorry about that. I keep getting all excited and closing out the show.
and as far as strange stuff with him, I mean, he certainly seems to be kind of odd, but something that has popped in my head that I've heard nobody speak about is having his dad fly out to Washington, and driving back across country. Why didn't he just fly home for the holidays?
Yeah.
I think that whole thing is he took that car because he was going to sell it. Yeah. I think he wanted to get rid of that car on the other side of the country.
Yeah,
so absolutely. There was no connection to him to that car.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
And I believe that's what that whole thing was about.
I believe and I don't know the truth of it because it's been in more mainstream media that they've reported, that even the school, Washington's Pullman, there where he went, has stated that even before he left, they had advised him that he was fired from his job. So there was questions of whether he may not have told his parents about all this yet, but there was questions of whether he even intended to ever go back to Washington.
Yeah.
So I don't know that he did. So I agree. I mean, he clearly knew about these crimes. He clearly knew what car they were, all this stuff. He didn't come out. The guy's a weirdo. I mean, he did this. I agree with Richie. Perfect point. And if I was the defense, and I've been involved, obviously I've worked for a law firm, my family law firm for years, but not a lawyer. But yeah, absolutely. What they're going to do is try to turn this into a modern day O.J. Simpson trial, where it became all about attacking the investigation, the police. They're going to try to do everything they can to say they screwed up everything. And that's why I believe, and at least from what I've seen so far, that they handled this thing amazing. Chief Fry was amazing when they were coming out and fighting against the rumors, and they were handling things well. Then once the gag order came, that was fine too. But even before the gag order, they were being very tight-lipped about a lot of things. And I think some people, for example, some people have mentioned, well, once they found out it was more likely a 2015 and not a 2013 or whatever it was that they were looking for, why didn't they come out and say that? Well, at that point, the perpetrator, who's at large, and they got an eye on him now, but they need to gather more evidence to make sure that their arrest sticks, because you don't want a procedural issue to knock them out. So they're doing everything. They're following them. They're trying to get DNA. If they come out and say, no, we're updating it, we found out now it's definitely a 2015. Oh, I mean, what's he going to do? That could have turned into a case where he could hurt other people. He could kill himself. You don't want him to kill himself.
Right.
You don't want to tip him off.
Exactly. I absolutely 100%. I completely agree with you. And we do have to remember. Go ahead. You go first, Richie.
I was just going to say, I heard early on, and this was after they arrested him, that the FBI expert that was looking at the cars had actually revised his first estimate up from the 2013 to a 2015.
When he got a more clear picture of the, when he got a more clear picture after he sent the video away, he had to send it away to Quantico. We know how, security camera footage is. It's grainy. You can only improve the resolution on a certain shot, so much, until you just can't do it anymore, unless you're literally an FBI employee in Quantico, Virginia, who has all of the material and resources there needed to make it sparkle. And when they made it sparkle, he knew what year it was.
Yeah, I think they purposely, I agree. They purposely held that back because, he could have won off and, who knows, hurt other people. So
yeah, absolutely. Now, one thing I just wanted to address that you guys have kind of been touching upon up here, and that, Ara just said this, something else that made me think about. I have so many thoughts I wanted to address, but okay, so let's assume, first of all, I'm writing down my train of thought here so I stay on track, because I have a hard time doing this in live streams. Okay, so first of all, the only thing that the defense needs to do, now remember, guys, this is a criminal case. The onus is on the prosecution. It is the prosecution that needs to prove their case. They need to prove their case to a jury of ostensibly Bryan Kohberger's peers, so they agree unanimously and are not hung without having reasonable doubt. Because if a single one of them has reasonable doubt, then the jury is hung or he is acquitted and hell freezes over if he is actually guilty, which I lean towards he is. So the defense's job is to create that reasonable doubt in the minds of as many jurors as possible. So when it is time for deliberation, reasonable doubt is in the air, and there is in no way that all of those jurors can unanimously vote that he is guilty and they get their client off and everyone pats him on the back and she gets a huge raise and a plaque and a bunch of bullshit like that, and that's good for her.
You raised that a brilliant point that I've been thinking all along right now. Well, since we're getting more and it's getting closer or whatever.
Right.
The most important part of this process for the prosecution and the defense, and it's always been the most important process of any trial, is going to be the voir dire process.
Yes.
Jury voir dire is going to be absolutely
yes.
massive, especially in this case. But in this day and age, where with all this true crime, what we're doing we're doing right now, we see it in the chat how divided people get.
Yeah.
If I'm advising, and again, I'm not an expert on this either, but I'm just saying, if I'm advising, especially the prosecution, one of the big things I'm going to hammer into every juror, and I'm going to eliminate as many as I can, anybody that has any interest in true crime, which is a lot of people nowadays.
Larry, I always say that. I'm like, if I ever get called on jury duty, I'm just gonna be like, oh, by the way, I have this really great true crime channel. They're gonna be
you're
like,
gone.
I'd
kick you out of the room. I'd have you escorted out of the room right away. I'd say, nope, I don't want it. Because as we see, people in true crime are very different. I mean, we get, me included. I mean, in this case, I think I'm very sensible, but there's other cases, like you saw what I went through with Watts. I mean, I would not want me on that trial because, you know, you see it in there. I mean, you get all these conspiracies and these theories and all this craziness that goes on. And some people, they just refuse to think common sense. They have their opinion, and it's just confirmation bias. They want to go out and find things that confirm what they already believe.
Oh my God, yes.
And that's not good. It's not healthy. So yeah, the jury voir dire process, they need to, I was surprised. I don't know if you remember, people were talking about money. Oh, they asked for 140,000 when usually their average case is 15,000. I'm like, wait a second. 15,000 to prosecute a case? I mean, what do they live in? But it's a little small world. I don't live in a massive, we don't live in New York City. We live upstate, but I'll tell you now that we spend over 150,000 on on a case of like a simple battery or assault prosecution. They need like $1 million at least for this case, because just for the jury voir dire process, I would think they need to hire experts for $100,000 to come in and advise them who to kick off, because that's going to be huge. Because you're right, one person could bring a hung jury, and that would be horrible.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so the defense's, you know, their job is to create that reasonable doubt in the minds of as many jurors as they possibly can. And wait, hold it. I have to consult my notes to get myself back on track here. So, am I losing my point? Okay, so here it is. Even without, so a lot of talk has happened just tonight, and it's happened all along, you know, across all channels, across all mediums, wherever. If not for the DNA evidence, would there be enough evidence? And as far as we know right now, it is all circumstantial. As you know, Richie, was it you that said, I don't know, or a few people said there might very well be footage of him walking through the back door where Maggie and Kaylee were dropped off, and Olivia Gonzalez said that she saw them walking into the house. There could be all of that just waiting behind the scenes. We don't know. But,
we have no idea what the survivors have said. We have learned very little of what they've said. So everyone's attacking them, and that pisses me off. Sorry for my language, but that pisses me off so bad, because these poor girls were in this house when this happened. They're victims.
Yes.
And yes, I understand 8 hours. It's hard to understand right now, but we have no idea what they have told and the stories they've told. These police did not just let these girls go without knowing exactly. I mean,
no,
so unfair to them.
They dumped their phones. If there was anything in their phones that was suspicious, they'd be in jail. You know, it ticks me off too that these two girls, you know, they go to college, they want that experience and all of that. Their lives have been totally upended with all of this.
Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, it's so beyond.
And their lives are never going to be the same. And people are out here pointing a finger at them.
Yeah.
You know, my thought is, I've got issues with this whole 8 hour thing to begin with, because my thought is that, you know, yes, she certainly Dylan heard some stuff going on. I don't think Bethany did. The way that house is built,
right?
Her bedroom on that first floor, that's offset from the other two floors. Mm-hmm. So I don't think she really heard anything. I think Dylan said, I heard, you know, she thought Kaylee was playing with the dog. She heard some whimpering. Well, okay, so say she heard whimpering. She also knows Ethan was back there with her.
Right.
You know, she could have easily thought, well, maybe they're fighting, or, I don't think it would have entered her head that somebody's come in, they're attacking them, and they're being killed. I don't think there's anything that would have said that to either one of those girls.
No.
I think, she probably was scared. And I commented earlier that my feeling is, because I heard that comment on Jules's channel where she's saying, well, here she is punching in all these numbers. She could have punched in 911.
Right.
I don't think it was like that. I'm sure that everybody that lived in that house were on a group chat. So she gets on the group chat and says, hey, is everybody okay? Da da da. I think Bethany probably answered her and said, what are you talking about? Go to sleep.
Yep.
I think it was probably as simple as that.
Yeah.
I think she probably went to sleep. So now that 8 hours becomes more like one.
Right, because you sleep for 8 hours. That's what people do usually.
So now we're talking, instead of an 8-hour delay, it was maybe an hour. And I think those two get up and they're thinking, wait, something's weird here. They can't get in Xana's room. So they call Ethan's buddy. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He comes over, tries to get in, can't. I think, I heard that he got the door open enough that he saw what happened in there. And then he told the others, get out of here.
Yes.
The original, this goes back to the original report I heard that day when this happened on the news, and I heard it on the radio, and I can't find any, I haven't been able to find it since. But the original report that I heard was they found the 911 call was for an unconscious person outside. Now, early on, I heard on another channel, he was talking about he got sent a thread. It was on Instagram where people were just savaging Dylan and Bethany, and somebody popped in there and said, hey, I walked up on that morning and those two girls were outside. One of them had the phone in her hand and basically just fainted. And the other one was incoherent. They took the phone and they talked to the 911 people. And because 911 could not make any sense of it, they put it out as unconscious person.
Yeah.
And then there was something right. And what I said, or I saw on it was on the Moscow police website. I don't know if it's still there or not, but there was a report from the first officers on scene. And when they got there, the one said, we walked up to the door and there were several people outside. There wasn't like half a sorority row was over there.
Right,
they weren't able to clean party. I mean, how ludicrous is that they would call a bunch of people over, hey, we got to clean the house. And they're going around 4 bodies to do that. That's totally ludicrous.
I mean, they would. I mean, a normal person without a high degree of training doesn't even have the capability to do that. Your, parasympathetic nervous system is going to fight you before that happens, and you're going to flop, freeze, fight, flight, or faint, or whatever. Like, people can't do that. It's not a thing. It's not real.
Right.
I want to touch on what Richie said.
Yeah.
About going back to, a lot of people not understanding and attacking Miss Dillon. Well, how did she not know she saw this guy, this and that? And I'm going back to, and I don't know how many people hear it, but I lived in a very similar situation in college.
Yeah.
And even after college, where I had roommates in a house and all that. And yes, we absolutely partied all the time. So there were times, and especially in college, where I had roommates that not all of us were wicked close or had the exact same friend groups. Like, everybody had different friends. And yes, we'd all party together, but we all had different close friends and all that. So anyways, people were in and out all the time. So we always would lock our bedroom door, and it's like, all right, you hear stuff, things are going crazy. How many times, think of how many times all of us, for example, just last, I don't know, was it around the holidays, somewhere around Thanksgiving, I remember I got wicked sick. I had a bad stomach bug, and I live alone now in an apartment. So my sister, I was in bed. I called my sister to come and bring me some Gatorade.
Mm-hmm.
So she came over to my apartment. I was sleeping in my bed, and she comes in, wakes me up, and she's like, "Geez," she goes, "Why's your door wide open?" I was like, "I don't know." And I literally just thought to myself, I was like, "I don't know." I go, "It's probably the wind, or I didn't close it all the way." So I just got up, I closed it. She left me my Gatorade. I went back to sleep. But now that was around Thanksgiving, so that was right after these murders. So after we started hearing what Dylan, after the PCA came out, I thought about that particular incident. I go, you know what? That's probably happened a million times in all of our lives where something weird happens, a window, you're like, why is that open? And the fact that nothing ever happened makes it seem like, oh, it was no big deal, because it wasn't. But if you put it in you go in Dylan's mindset, she's thinking the same thing. She's thinking, opens the door, even when she sees the guy, she could be thinking, oh, somebody came in and an after party and tried to go in and maybe thinking we were having a party because the house was a party house. Maybe they wanted to party. And Ethan and Xana told them, get the heck out of here. We're hanging out. We're busy. We're alone. The house is shut down. We're not partying tonight. So the dude just walked out, and she probably looked and said, oh, that's a weird dude. I don't know him, but I don't know a lot of people.
Okay, well, but that's a weird dude. I don't know him, but I don't know a lot of people around here. Is inconsistent with her saying, I was in a frozen shock phase.
Well, I agree with that. And
I'm not saying that she's done anything wrong, but I'm just saying because, details. That's all.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I mean, still, okay, she could still have been, a little scared because it scared her and I was frozen. I was just kind of like, whoa. But then after I closed the door, I'm like, well, I didn't know that dude either. But forget this. I'm locking my door. I don't want a weirdo in here. But still not thinking, who thinks in the right mind 4 people are getting savagely murdered in my house?
Right.
I mean, no, it's like, okay, it's weird and it's a little creepy and this dude should get out of here, but nobody's getting killed. I'm going back to bed. I'm locking my door. I'm going back to bed.
As far as all that goes, my thought is certainly from the Grub Truck video, Maddie was pretty loaded.
Yeah.
Kaylee, I don't think as much, but I think she stumbles around a little bit too.
Yeah.
I believe Ethan was also passed out. I think the only one awake was Xana.
Yeah.
And I think he goes upstairs, did what he did. I think Kaylee I think Maddie was the one he was after. I think his plan was, I'm going to go in that house, I'm going to do her, and then I'm leaving. Kaylee just happened to be up there with her. And I think on his way out, I think he literally ran into Xana.
Yeah.
And I think he just kind of grabbed her quick, or maybe she got part of the way down that hall.
Mm-hmm.
And he just bull rushes her into the room and then does that. I think at that point, he's done. I think he heard Dylan because she said she opened the door and yelled for them to be quiet.
Right.
And I think at that point, he's thinking, I got to get out of here.
Right.
And I don't think anything else. Right. I don't think anything else was his concern at that point other than getting out of there.
Well, after he faced Ethan, I think that was like a big surprise. And I think it probably, even psychologically, took it out of him. He was done.
My theory all along was, and I somewhat agree with what Richie's saying, but my theory all along was, and I could be wrong, we may never know, but I thought it was Xana and Maddie. Here's why. The only connection, if you look at these people, first off, Kaylee's mother even said that Kaylee, it was a last second decision to go to Idaho or go to Iowa that night, or to Moscow that night.
Mm-hmm.
It was a last second decision. She didn't even tell Maddie. She was surprising her to show her new car. So no one would have known she was there. Ethan is a boyfriend that I'm sure sleeps over sometimes, but he doesn't live there. So no one would know exactly that he's staying there.
That's right.
So it would only be the other girls. And then you got to say, okay, what's the only independent connection? They're all friends. We know that. And they live together. What's the only independent connection that any of them had? Well, Mad Greek, Maddie and Xana were the only ones that had worked at the same place. They both worked at Mad Greek. So he may have at some time, even if it was just seeing them and then looked them up or stalked them or however you do it, and started becoming infatuated or whatever, and decided that night, you know what, Kaylee's not here. Kaylee's home. It's going to be just enough I'm going to go there. Because he goes upstairs. I think Richie's right. They were both pretty out of it. I don't think Maddie even knew what happened, because you're right. I think she looked really wasted at the thing. She was stumbling everywhere. She was probably passed out. And Maddie was, unfortunately, I hate to say it, I believe, very quick. And then Kaylee may have had a chance to try something, but I think she was relatively quick.
Uh-huh.
And then I think he goes downstairs. Again, so he did have targets. He passes, what do you call its door, at least 3 times.
Yeah,
without going in Dylan's door 3 times.
That's
so
right.
he that tells me he had no intention of hurting her. That there was targets, and he could have, when he went down the stairs, if it was just Maddie, he could have just went down the stairs and turned left and walked right outside the back door like he did. He purposely went straight to where Xana's room was. Maybe he hurt her or whatever, but even if he hurt her, why not walk out? He walked past Dylan. I believe he wanted Xana too. But when he got to the room of Xana's room, that's where it got, oh shit, Ethan's here too. And then a little bit of a struggle came happening. And I think by the time he finished that, he didn't care about Dylan. You're right. I think he was like, even if he did see someone, they're calling the cops already. I got to get out of here. You heard the car speed off.
Yeah.
He was in a hurry to get out of there.
That's right.
Right. As far as, I think the defense wording and that motion they filed or whatever it was about lack of DNA evidence in his car, I think they chose that word carefully because I'm fairly certain I heard early on when they got into his apartment, he didn't have a shower curtain.
That's correct. That's right.
I think he took that shower curtain. I think he went in that house with coveralls, gloves, the hat, the whole deal. When he came out, all that stuff comes off immediately, gets wrapped in that shower curtain, and then he's off. And that little meandering drive he took, he either buried it on his way home or he did it the next day when he went out, because he went out driving again.
Yeah.
That's where... And I think that's where he messed up, because he goes in that store. So they were able to tie his phone because it was pinging.
Yeah.
His face is on video at that store, and so is his car.
That's right.
So they were able to tie all that together, but then he goes out on a drive again and turns his phone off again. So one of those trips, he buried that stuff.
I agree.
Because what they seized out of his car in Pennsylvania, they took a shovel out of his car.
That's right. Yeah.
So I think that's buried out there somewhere. And if they got any kind of GPS,
I never put all that together. That's really great.
Yeah, and if they got any kind of GPS out of his car, they may have went out and very well have that stuff. Because the discovery thing in Idaho, I don't know how it is everywhere, but in Idaho,
discovery until the trial.
Right, there's no hard deadline for turning over discovery, and Taylor knows that. That whole thing is a show about squawking about they don't have this and this and this. She knows very well they don't have to turn that stuff over.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
I don't think they can do it last minute, but they don't have to do that until maybe a week or two before.
The letter of the law is up until the trial. I think that there is decorum that always goes into play in a courtroom, and when you're in front of a judge and everything, there's always decorum. You're not going to pull a fast one like that because it does not reflect well professionally. And even after this trial, these professionals are going to go on to be professionals, right? But in Idaho, they do have until the trial to turn over discovery. That's just what
I was just going to, Kelly, let me ask you, did you actually, because I've been thinking of it, I just haven't, with work and everything and craziness, I haven't had a chance to actually research it, but I've been meaning to, exactly what you guys are talking about. Because every state, it's different. I know what it is in New York State. I mean, we would have a lot of discovery already. New York State's a far more liberal state.
Yeah.
But in Iowa, have you actually researched what the regular or the laws and codes are?
Yeah, I have.
Discovery?
Yes. And and the punchline is, and I didn't until I was watching all of these, motions and responses that go back and forth. I'm like, this is freaking crazy. I'm like, one of these sides here is, is this is going to be misconduct or like worse and then I can't remember exactly how it's worded. It's here on my desktop somewhere, but I mean, the letter of the law is literally the discovery does not the prosecution does not turn over the discovery until the trial, right? It's up until the trial. It's some wording like that. Yeah. So that's what it is.
Yeah, my thoughts, as big as this case is, and they were getting the Moscow police, they were getting drugged through the mud from almost day one. This little podunk police force, they can't do anything. They're messing. I don't think they arrest that guy unless they had something definitely nails him.
Yes.
Because otherwise, they would look exactly like what they were getting accused of being.
Yep, I 100% agree.
I think there's something, or it might be several things that they have that we haven't seen yet that absolutely nails him.
I think so too. And what this, I have to finish my little path of logic here, because remember, I'm training myself to stay more on focus and on task. So, but this is great, and everything you've said has been like super important and has contributed to things I hadn't even thought of for sure. So there has been a conversation today and, all across the internet and concerning this case everywhere. I see it in videos. I hear it time and time again when I'm listening to podcasts, when I, read the newspaper online, of course, because who actually reads a newspaper, like things like that. You see it all the time. Like, could Bryan Kohberger still be convicted if the single source touch DNA is thrown out for whatever reason? Fruit of the poisonous tree, a number of reasons.
Absolutely.
And I think the answer is absolutely. First of all, I think that on the validity, now obviously I don't know what all the discovery is, and I certainly don't know everything about the discovery even that's been mentioned or the evidence that's been mentioned and the probable cause affidavit, because there's still huge pieces missing. But like, for example, something I do know a lot about is cell phones and pinging and GPS and AGPS, because I used to work in the telecom industry, and we're not going to go into that. But I think that there's indicators within what we know that there's going to be multiple mobile devices, and there's some other things that I think are going to be much more solid than we know right now. But I think, to like what Richie said, I think that there is a humdinger, like they actually do have the murder weapon, or they did find the buried clothes or something like that, something like what you're saying. Because I don't think, listen guys, we had the FBI involved the whole time. They had a mobile crime scene lab that was up to full capacity on day one from the FBI out in the parking lot next to that house. There were some very serious people working on this. It was a very serious crime. Again, once again, we have professionals, and we also have people that are horrified and are on a mission and have stirred up a lot of passion because of the nature of this crime and how egregious and horrific it was. There was the way that they were so cautious and they were so measured and they were so disciplined and holding things tight to the vest and keeping things in order. There is no way they were going to move forward with these charges if they did not all but know that they had enough evidence to convict the bastard when it finally got to trial. They are not lacking, that vision and that foresight forward to trial day. So Richie and both of you,
remember,
exactly right what you're saying.
I think a lot of people need to remember, and sometimes I see this too much in some of the chats and different things. People, circumstantial, everything I learned in school and college and in all my criminal justice and criminal law classes, and whether it was constitutional law, all that was contrary, and also working for a law firm and handling cases where I actually would be involved with things, and I picked up a lot from discussions, is that circumstantial evidence, contrary to popular belief, is far more powerful than direct evidence.
It is. And circumstantial evidence just means the circumstances strongly indicate that whatever assertion you're making is correct. It's
right.
It's
and you don't even see, like Richie said earlier, you don't even see the defense right now disputing a lot of the facts that we already know. I haven't heard them dispute many of the facts already that are even in the PCA. They're not disputing much of this. It sounds like he said earlier, and we discussed already, they're going to go. Their tactic is to go after the police and to go after procedural issues. there's not much they could like some people are saying, well, DNA, it could have been touched from here to there to there to all these different. All right, let's say even there's a crazy conspiracy of that. Well, then you add the totality of the circumstances, which is, all right, there's that, but then his car's seen there, and then they go and get the data. So they didn't arrest them they didn't just say, let's grab this guy with a white car. They were still following him on his trip all the way to PA because they were still actively seeking search warrants from the phone company, and then expanded upon those as well. So when you add all those circumstances of where the pings are, and these pings aren't just off of some random, I mean, you could ping and find things pretty clearly. And then there's also the cameras. People are forgetting. I mean, maybe we got to go back and read the PCA again fresh, that they also have the camera footage. They tracked his car from Pullman, from the street camera, and all those cameras driving into Moscow, driving back.
Oh yeah.
They got street camera footage of his car doing it. They have his phone when it turned off, when it turned back on, when it got back there, and then of course the fact that the car's seen. Then you add the DNA to it. I mean, what are the chances that he coincidentally spent 4 a.m. in the morning and he couldn't sleep that night and took a random trip and drove by their house, and then totally coincident that, oh my God,
there's a quadruple homicide.
On top of that, the person that committed the murders happened to touch something that he touched too.
Right.
I mean, come on.
And here's a point too, going back to the videos. So the longer videos, they show a car circling, just like the PCA said. I saw there was a video pro, the segment where they pull into the parking lot back there and they sit for about, it's like 10 seconds, and then he backs out. There was a guy did an overlay of a 2015 Elantra on that segment, and it fit exact.
I think his name is Jeff H or something on YouTube.
Exactly.
Jeff H, he's wonderful. Yeah.
So, but in addition to that video, to go back to what Kaylee's sister said, that they watched the video from that Ring camera and they could see Kaylee and Maddie bring that dog out. They would have come out that sliding kitchen door, I believe.
Sure.
If that Ring camera's got that, it's got that back parking lot.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
I think, see, this is where another part where people make a big thing about, oh, there were 20,000 white Elantras around there. How many didn't have a front plate? I think that narrows that down considerably.
Yeah, that's a different thing in Pennsylvania. I lived in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's the only state I've lived in where you didn't have to have a front plate. It's weird. It's not common. Most states require to. Yeah.
But I think that Ring video, because one of his 3-point turns is right in front of that house that has that Ring camera. I think that Ring camera is going to show a white Elantra with no front plate. And when he turned around, they may even have the back plate too.
Yeah.
And I think if it showed them bringing that dog out, it's got that car with no plate parking up there in that back lot. And it may even have him coming down the hill.
Well, imagine also when you're bringing up this stuff, I still can't believe, and I can't wait actually to hear what they found on all of his computers and his phone, and all these forensic experts that can go in, like with the Murdoch case, and they could find out what he was Googling, who he was. I mean, all these questions that we all rightfully have, I'm sure they have answers to.
I'm really curious about his car too, because it's been about 6 months ago. Maybe longer than that. I was listening to I think it's called, I'm not sure now. It's a true crime podcast. Where this guy, it was out in LA. It was a girl that she had immigrated to this country. She was trying to become an actress. Well, he murdered her. And they used the GPS off his car to take them where he buried her.
Oh, wow.
And I'm wondering if, even if his car didn't have There's some kind of system these cars had, the Elantras.
Yeah.
But even if it didn't have that, I'm wondering if his computer on his car stored GPS. So that's what I'm saying, that they may have found what he went out and buried because they got it off his car, the GPS off his car.
Yeah.
I don't know much about cars. The only thing I did do a quick during this was not that long ago. It was I was working. Don't tell me I was actually working, but I just did a Google search. I didn't do any deep search, but from what I gathered online, that the 2015 Elantra, his model, the SC, I believe it was, if I remember correctly, doesn't have GPS in it, but it does have some, and I forget the word, so I don't want to botch them because I don't know anything about this tech, but it does have obviously a system in it that can do certain things, but it said it doesn't have a GPS. That would be interesting. But again, I don't think that would be great. I don't think they need it. I think they have so much here. And the fact that they came out, you don't make a decision to seek the death penalty this early and that boldly, unless you're pretty confident. So I mean, we already have enough. And remember, the PCA. A lot of people are like, "Oh, the PCA doesn't have much." I know this.
Oh my God, the PCA.
I thought they put too much in it.
It's a massive PCA.
They were too careful. They could have gotten probable cause and a judge to sign off to arrest him before he even left Washington for his trip away. They were so careful with this to make sure that they got him, that they waited for the extra for the DNA stuff to come back. They waited for a lot of they didn't need that.
Yeah.
When you do a PCA, and I know this as a fact because, as a matter of fact, I just had July 4th. Our cookout was one of my former. I'm good friends with him now, but he's one of my former professors. He's the third highest ranked New York State trooper in the state of New York, and he was one of my professors for I forget what it was called, Principles of Investigation or something. But one of the things we did, I remember this from school, is we talked about probable cause and what you fill out to get a probable cause, a judge to fill it out. And what you want to do is put enough just to get the probable cause and a judge to sign it. You want to put the very least that you can.
That's right.
Because you don't want to hand out your whole case in that.
That's right.
I thought they were
overly
generous.
And I don't know if this was a novice mistake or if it was a strategy, but you also want to, keep a probable cause affidavit lean, because if there are any misstatements of fact in the probable cause affidavit, it can throw out the charges, the arrest, and whatever it is you were going for in the first place. It can make everything null and void. So yeah, it was a different kind of probable cause affidavit for sure.
Yeah, I think they were just being overly, because of the international nature of this case. That's why I think also because of the
horrific nature of the crime. I think I do
for
give
a small town. As small as it is, just basically without the college, it's nothing there.
Right.
That Chief Fry and his whole team there, along with all the supporting agencies.
Yes.
I believe so far, unless something comes out that's just crazy. But from everything I've seen, they've done an amazing job. I mean, just like textbook.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel that way too. I mean, I had a different opinion for a while, but it's because I didn't know what the hell was going on, So no one did.
I know that people disparage Coffin Daffer. I've seen that here recently, but she said in the interview with T. Rev that he asked her, "Do you see anything they've done wrong here?" And she said, "Oh, absolutely not."
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Yeah. So far, no. The only thing I would see that I would even have if I had to dig for. We're more so not procedural or legal issues, but I think they did a good job with the public at first before the gag order where they were coming out.
Yeah.
But we definitely heard, and I feel for the victims' families, and I understand why but I think they could have had a little better outreach to the families.
They could have had a better outreach effort, but there wasn't anything that was misconduct about.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
No, not misconduct.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying from a PR point, from
a
personal standpoint. I mean, I know we have, for example, here in where I live in the county I live in, which the county, and I used to be a county legislator, so I know for a fact because I used to do the budget that we budget $1 million in our. It might be more now, but when I was on the board, it was $1 million. It was at like a little over $1 million and change that we used to budget every year for the district attorney's office for victims advocate. We had a whole team of victims advocates on staff, and so like whenever a case of this nature would come up, or a big murder case, victims advocates were right there by the side of the family, keeping them abreast, keeping them calm, making sure they had what they needed. It doesn't sound like they had a lot of that here. But again, it's a small county, rural county. They don't deal with this a lot.
Right.
In addition to that, and I don't blame Steve Gonsalves at all for what he's.
No, I wish I had a dad like
however,
that. I would have died for a dad like that.
I think that they may have thought if we tell him anything, it's going to get out.
Yeah.
Because he's been pretty open about a lot of things.
His heart is on his sleeve, and so are all of the words.
Oh, exactly. It would be on mine as well.
Yes.
I just think I feel like if they tell him anything, it's going to be out.
Yeah.
So I
agree with you.
Decided to cut it all.
Yeah.
And hold on to it.
That's where the victims advocates come into play, where they kind of try to. I don't know if they would have been able to, obviously, with Steve. Steve was very tough, but from my point of view, I love the guy. I feel my heart goes out to him. I wish I had a dad like him that was fighting like that. But I agree with Richie that he was speaking a lot, and they were probably like, okay, we can't do this. But that's where victims advocate would have came in and said, Steve, come on, no, we got this. Or they would have mediated something instead of just cutting off, because you cut it off. And nowadays, with YouTube and everything, Steve had 1 million outlets to go to. Maybe 50 years ago, cutting them off totally wasn't a big deal. But you could just turn your phone on and speak.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think they miscalculated that. But ultimately, nothing procedural.
Well, that was, that's interesting that you say that, because when I remember the one video where Steve Gonsalves was saying, they didn't, the last time that we talked to them was the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. And at this point, when I made the video, which was when I heard him say this and my heart just broke for him, it was Wednesday. So that was 5 days over the Thanksgiving holiday. And, they had already talked about how Kaylee was so excited for Thanksgiving. It's been really hard for their family, where they hadn't heard from the police department, nothing at all. And remember, Thanksgiving is whatever day it was, and the murders were on November 13th. So this is less than 2 weeks after the murders. So I was so upset and heartbroken. I was in hysterics. I was really just so upset and heartbroken for this family. I think it was the first video that I made. I started looking into what they've got going on at the police department there. They mentioned who their contacts were, and they were all local in the Moscow Police Department. So I started to look into the personnel department, the county office, all They don't have anything that I could find that was listed positions like that, like victims advocate services. I started to wonder if that's maybe more of an East Coast thing.
Yeah, it might be. I don't know. That's a good question. I think I need to do more research on it. Obviously, I'm pretty. I was new to true crime.
Though.
Yeah, I only know New York and local and what's going on here. I think that could, and again, it's a rural, probably a bigger city type thing. But
yeah.
I think it could have. They should have, or someone once the state police got involved in it, this thing went international and went viral. I think they should have. They should have immediately known, we got to. I know here locally, even though we're a bigger area, my district attorney here, when a case like this, when we've had many of them here, where cases like this happen, he will literally go to, and has on many occasions, will go right to the victims' houses, sit with them, talk to them himself. I'm talking the elected DA will go by himself. I mean, I've had differences with him, but I'll tell you, he's a huge advocate for victims. And we'll make sure that they're, nothing like that's gonna.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. They in their at their end of the event recap, they can go over that and get themselves a good victim advocate department, because it's very important. And I mean, just my reaction to hearing Steve Kohberger talk, I mean, I was literally hysterically crying. I was just heartbroken. I couldn't recuperate. I was so upset for this family that it's they haven't even contacted them in 5 days about this was just bad. It was bad. You're right. You're 100% right.
Yeah. But I mean, again, we see, for example, and I'm not passing any judgments here, because I've also said, and I'm digging right now to look for anything I could criticize.
Right.
Again, they've all done an amazing job, textbook. but just, I mean, I've seen the DA, for example. He seems like just a good old, salt of the earth kind of guy.
Yes.
Probably a wonderful guy.
Yeah.
But clearly he's not a seasoned in a quadruple murder prosecutor. I mean, he's probably spent his career mostly prosecuting DWI, small drug crimes, college bar fights.
Sure.
DW, stuff like that. I don't think they were prepared for this.
No, my God, absolutely not. But, to every single thing that all of us have said, it still goes to my end point. And here I am at my final point, and I followed the thought to completion. Look at that, over about an hour, but we did it. Is all of this goes to the point that they would not have moved forward with getting the warrant, making the arrest, dropping the charges and all of that if they did not. Everything that they did was very careful, very calculated. It was there was over insurance and all of it for them, you know what I mean? And I just think if they don't have like all four aces in their back pocket, I think they do. I think they do. I think we just don't know. And that is true crime obsessed people pisses us off. And so here we all are just talking as fast as we can. But at least on this channel, we talk about justice for the victims and peace for the family. And we try to stay tight to the facts. And man, I do love a good pie chart, but everybody who's watching in chat right now, watching the replay, always use discriminating judgment and be careful of the sources that you trust.
Hear, hear.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree too.
Yeah. It's pretty just crazy. Now, is this a video? Thank you guys so much. That was like a great conversation. People in chat have said like a million times, like, love the this. So they're very happy with you guys. Thank you. And thank y'all for saying so. Now, is this a video? Yeah, this is a video, Larry, where you're concerned about the 423 time frame there.
Yeah, and again, I do agree, like Richie said earlier. I would bet my right arm, if someone asked, I would definitely do it, that they have ruled this out. But based on what we know, I'm only questioning it because based on what we know right now, it hasn't been eliminated. So it's the only it's the only question. I dug
it's a legitimate question.
Yeah, I dug through these hours of leaked footage and I said, what am I seeing? And I go, everything lines up with the PCA. Everything looks good. If I had to dig, the only thing is, without an explanation yet, that's definitely a concern. And I would think it was for the police too, and they probably ruled them out already. But
probably. Well, I don't know if everybody here in chat, we have 400 people watching here, so I don't know if everybody's watched it. So I'm just going to play like just a little bit before that, unless there's some other parts you want to see, just so everyone can see exactly what it is that we're talking about. Because I've seen a couple people comment saying, oh, I haven't even seen that yet. So let's just take a little look-see. Okay, let's see. I'm getting a little tired. My click in my material to get it up for you quickly is starting to slow down. You know how it is.
And I'll point out while you're going to play that, I want to say there was that other footage of the like at 12 o'clock at like 12 something of a car turning around just outside of just outside of this parking lot. Dude, anybody that believes that had anything to do with this, that it wasn't an Elantra. It was a white car. Yes, it had a sunroof, but guess what? That proves it wasn't BK's. BK's phone shows he was still in Pullman, and it wasn't anybody else committing the murders because everybody was out of the house. It was just a random car turning around on a side street. It had nothing. And it was at 12 o'clock.
That was a thing that Daniel did a video the other night where he brought up the location where that they're calling that the dumpster video.
Yeah.
And he brought up the location, and he didn't say much about it. He just said, this is where that was. And when he said that, I remembered this was within a couple days of the murders. That JLR guy, which I think he's a little bit screwy, but
I don't even like saying his name.
Yeah, he was out there. He was out there running around. And you had the video on earlier where he goes up to that address is 1320 Linda Lane.
That's right.
And that camera on that building is pointing straight down Taylor Avenue. And if you look at it on the map, you can see that goofy little that weird little area where that dumpster is.
That's right.
That camera is pointing straight down, and it's straight north down that street. These videos here, the one you have up now, that camera is on 1330 Linda. It's like 2 buildings over, and that camera is pointing, it's like to the northwest toward where these 2 parking lots are.
Okay, and now let me just bring in what you were just talking about too, so everyone can see what
that's
that
one
is.
of one of the questions I have about this car at 423. If it was a resident, I'm thinking if I lived there, I've looked at the map of all this, where that car turned around, you can actually exit this back parking lot where this car backs out without going down that whole side of the Queen Apartments and then down King Road. You could get on to Taylor by literally, if he would have just backed out, he or she would have just backed out and went straight right over and exited this parking lot right there where that dumpster is, and then taken a left and gone where that white car went and right down to Taylor. I don't understand why they would have went the other way. And again, I'm thinking too hard, but again, it has to be questioned critically. There it is, right there. Now, if you look up, go up that little sideway, they turned around right there. But if you go up that driveway where your cursor is,
can I go? I don't know how
it won't let you. Google turned it off.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Well,
they used to.
If you see, if you look at it like right where you've got it now, that the first building on the left, that's 1320. That's where that camera's pointing down the street.
Yes.
The building next to it, I'm not sure what that address is.
So it's pointing down, it's pointing down this street?
Yep.
Exactly.
It's turned around. Okay. All right. Very good.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's actually Linda Lane.
You see you see the lines in front of the cars parked there?
Yes.
That's what sealed that for me, that it was not that parking lot up there. And when, like I said, when Daniel popped that up, I immediately recognized this from JLR walking around out here.
Right, sure.
So
was he wearing the media hat? I just want to know.
Yeah, I don't know what it was with that dude, but 2 buildings over from that house or that building, see, there's one in the middle, and then you see the one up on top there. Like way up, yeah. I'm trying to. That's the 1330 building that has that camera pointing. It's from here would be to the left of that building. Okay. Those parking lots are like right behind that building in the foreground there.
And then there's one more building, and then it's 1122 King Road, right?
Yeah. Well, no, it's a little further over, but
it's like okay.
It's in that direction. Okay. But the point is, that video showing the car with the sunroof had no relation to those parking lots.
No.
I was even watching another video where the creator was T-Rev was actually saying, the video with the car with the sunroof is actually another angle. I was almost screaming over the comments. No, it's not, dude.
Nope.
I even asked his moderator to get his attention to say, no, you're incorrect.
It's impossible to get his attention.
No, it's a different camera. And you're right. My only question, that car to me is irrelevant. I don't even talk about it. But my main question is right there. Why all these people that live there? I got to believe if we went over there, and I may be wrong, but if we went over and asked these people in that apartment where we have the footage from, how they usually enter and exit the neighborhood, I guarantee you that 90% of them say they go down this way. Why would they go down that little tiny side street and then past that building? It would be so much easier to exit right there and go down Linda Lane and get onto Taylor.
Sure. Yeah. No, absolutely.
Both BK, that tells me BK didn't know the area as great as we think he did.
Right.
So he's not as smart. I mean, he's smart. He almost got away with this. But in today's day and age, he's not as smart as everyone. He acted crazy. He did a crazy act.
Yeah, people go on about how intelligent he is. I've known some incredibly smart people that have zero common sense.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like the whole thing with the sheath. I think, being a guy, I don't want that thing on my belt in the car.
Right.
I would not have it on the belt. And especially if he had coveralls on, there probably wasn't a place to put it anyway. I think he had it in his hand, and he goes in there, he gets all excited, he just dropped it.
Yeah.
Either dropped it or, it just came out of his hand.
Yeah, I mean, he was
So-
he was smart enough where people said he was a smart guy and he got some degrees and stuff. But he like you said, he got excited, whatever. He wasn't somebody who was well trained. He wasn't somebody who was, I have him pegged as being someone who's not like rigorous in perfecting something, like practicing something over and over again to make sure you've got it right. He didn't have that kind of discipline.
Right. And I saw somebody earlier say that, well, he must have known there'd be all these cameras. And on one hand, I'm sure he knew, there was a lot of cameras on the intersections and that. I don't think he counted on any being back in that neighborhood. And when, the house that's on the corner that has the ring, there's a photo where there's cops up on that porch and they're talking to the people that live in that house. That ring camera to me almost looks like a porch light.
Yeah.
A dark colored one, but a porch light nonetheless. It doesn't look like, a ring doorbell.
Right.
Which I guess it isn't. I don't think he counted on that being there.
Well, that's really stupid. I have security cameras at the exterior of my house that nobody would ever know they were there unless I told you, because you can't go, okay, I'm looking for all the security cameras in the neighborhood, and I see that one on her house and that other one on her house. They're specifically so people can't do that. So that was really fucking stupid of him.
I think I'm the only one that doesn't have any. Maybe I need to get some.
I have a couple fakes just to hang there, to keep people away. But I just think for as intelligent as he might be, book smart, he was pretty stupid in the other stuff he did.
He was.
Well, speaking of the sheath, I also, going back to that brings up something. I'm not convinced that going back to where I think he I think he went straight for Maddie, and I'm not convinced that Maddie and Kaylee were originally in the bed together, because it sounded like they came out now, or there was something saying she was under the blankets. I think Maddie was passed out in her bedroom. He went up there, went at her right away. I think Kaylee was still possibly awake and heard someone come up there. That might be what Dylan heard saying, "Oh, is someone here?" And she might have just went in the room like someone here, and then he walked in and just boom, and then he ended up putting her on the bed with her.
Something that I didn't think about before, and this is another channel that I view occasionally. She put out a scenario that I had not considered before. That possibly when he came in, her thought was maybe he went right at Xana and Ethan, and then he goes upstairs. That's where, and he said exactly what she said exactly what you brought up, that Kaylee was in the other room. He goes at Maddie, she comes out, says somebody's here. Dylan hears that, and then he gets Kaylee. He comes back down the steps and hadn't quite finished. Xana was back there whimpering. That's what Dylan hears. He says to her, "I'm here to help you." He finishes her off. Then he leaves. That scenario, I can kind of see that possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
It explains the comments that Dylan heard.
That's totally possible. And again, we may never know exactly what happened.
Right.
I think we have a good, because you're right. I like how you brought up, that he may have went back to finish her up, because clearly, based on what she says in the PCA, what she saw, the last place he was coming from was Xana's room. So he would have had to have gone back. You're right. And again, going back to Dylan, and I hate to bring this up because it's terrible. You're in a college house, her boyfriend's there. You're hearing whimpering, or you're hearing things.
Right.
You could be thinking that they're doing something else. They're exactly. Okay. So I don't want to say that, but you know what? Yes, that's very normal in a college house. And you might think that too and say, hey, this guy walked in, one of their friends walked in trying to get them to drink or party after hours. and they're doing their thing. So the guy's walking out. He's a creep. I don't want him in my room. I'm locking the door after getting startled at first, but they're just noises.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't see any reason why Dylan or Bethany would think, oh, there's somebody in the house killing people, I got to call 911. I think that would have been the last thing that entered their minds.
If that's the case, then anybody could get away with come in my house. I don't know. I hear things the other night. I live in an apartment complex. I swore I heard somebody pounding on my door at 3 a.m. They may have. I mean, there's other young people. Maybe someone had the wrong door. I didn't even get out of bed. I didn't think twice. I just I rolled over and went back to bed. I still, to this day, I have no idea who knocked on my door. But now I went back to bed. Let's say I had a roommate, and the next day I wake up 8 hours later, and I wake up and that dude's dead. Now all of a sudden I would think the next day, oh my God, I did hear someone pounded on my door. And then everybody, if it became national news, would say, how did he wait 8 hours? He said he heard someone at 3 a.m. You don't get up and check your door?
That's right.
And in this case, nothing happened. It was no big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm okay. But if, God forbid, something like that happened, the whole world would be second guessing me and saying that I'm an idiot or I had something to do with it.
Yeah.
No, that's and a lot of people do that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely.
In the end, I hope this does go to trial. Not in a way I don't because of the families, but I think the families even want it to.
I think,
because they already, I mean, this case has been so nasty. They've already heard a lot of the nasty, what's going on. They probably want to hear some of the truth and, get to what's going on here.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know why this case has touched me. These young, because it's just
this grabbed me from day one. I made the comment earlier in the thread that I've been involved in this too much. I grab anything and everything, and I'm just basing my opinions on what we actually know. Like I said, everything out there points squarely at him. And I have not heard any explanation of anything that can convince me otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly
especially the whole thing with, well, he's not offering an alibi until they get all the discovery. What the hell is that? If somebody's accusing me of killing 4 people, the first thing out of my mouth is my alibi.
Well, particularly since the Idaho law is that they do not need to provide discovery up until the trial.
Right. And I think that whole thing about entering no plea and all, or being silent and all that was a show.
Absolutely, it was.
Yeah.
That was simply a show. That wasn't, well, I'm not going to dignify the grand bullshit.
Yeah, that was an afterthought. That's what you were just saying, what they tried to put forth. Yeah, I totally.
And I don't want to
calling bullshit.
And I say this with all due respect because I just saw a comment, and I don't want to. The Rockaways he doesn't have to offer an alibi. And no offense, all due respect. Yeah, he doesn't. You're absolutely right, Rockaways. But this is why I mentioned earlier.
But there is the
voir dire process
which he
is
does
important.
have. Yes, that's right.
Because people.
Can you clarify what that is in case people don't know the word, Larry, please?
The voir dire is when you're the process of selecting the jury, the process of when they go through and ask questions, have you ever...
You can strike them for cause.
You strike them for cause. You get a certain amount of preemptive strikes. So, you can strike people for no good reason. You don't have to give a reason. Then there's for cause. But one of my questions or one of my lines of questioning would be big time. Are you, like that? Are you a big fan of true crime? Have you followed this case? I don't want people that have been, I don't want people like me, to be honest, you, any of us, even though I think we would be reasonable, but reasonable to who,
Sure.
I wouldn't want anybody that comes from true crime because they're going to hear all these theories. They're going to be tainted. And frankly, there's a lot of that out there where he doesn't have to offer an alibi, but common sense, legally, no. Legally, he doesn't have to say a single word ever. He could have put his hands behind his back and went back to Iowa without saying even hi. He doesn't have to say nothing.
No,
but
you're right.
Common sense says if you're coming from a town where you're intimately involved, you're a PhD student in criminal justice, in criminology, whatever it was, PhD student, and you're now got people busting in your house and telling you that you committed this horrendous crime that you just had to witness in your town, in your college town. You're not going to say, wait, what are you talking about? I just got back from there. I was, sleeping. I go to school here. I do this. I'd be saying, hey, what are you out of your mind? I mean, clearly to me, again, totality of circumstances, the behavior, all the evidence that we've seen so far, and the massive amount that we'll have, he absolutely did this. It's just the only thing I'll entertain is, did he have help?
Yeah, sure. Especially his behavior in Pennsylvania, separating his trash and using neighbors' cans. Who does that? I heard somebody try to make the excuse, well, it was around Christmas, so maybe his trash cans were full. Oh, come on. Nobody does that. I think he knew at that point, they might be on to me. I better do something, He was trying to hide his DNA.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely.
And remember, I want to go back to, and again, I know that maybe this 2015 Hyundai didn't have that high of technology in it. I don't know, but I'm just throwing it out there. Remember all the evidence we were able to find from both, if you remember the Barry Morphew case. I mean, they went through, and again, they ended up dropping the charge on this guy, but they had no bodies. They didn't, whatever. But the point is, they knew every time he opened the car door, every time someone sat in it, they knew. I mean, there's so much technology nowadays. And then you also look at the Murdaugh case, which that case had me totally obsessed. I was watching it live every day, all day. I barely got any work done.
I know. But I think I've watched every moment of that trial. I mean, honest to God, probably.
Thank God for working from home, because if I was in the office, I don't know what I would have done. Because
oh my God.
But that case had me glued, and even that case. I mean, they knew with these phones nowadays, even when they're off, even when he may have had it, they know when it's picked up. I didn't even know. I learned so much from that. Yeah. That like they even know when every time
when the backlight turns on.
When the backlight turns on, or like even if someone just picks, how you pick your phone up, the light pops on. They know every time it does that. It's like I don't care how smart people think he is. There's so much that now, especially that they have them and they've gotten all this evidence, and we saw at his Washington apartment, they carried out several computers. I mean, this guy, I believe, again, maybe I'm wrong, I believe he was stalking them for quite a bit, and they're going to have massive amounts of evidence that he's doing it. He's going to have to, and maybe, well, he doesn't have to, but if he wants to try to get off, somehow they got to explain it, and they're just not going to be able to do it. Again,
remember, I'm thinking they may have even taken a computer he was using at the school.
Yeah, I would think so.
Oh, yeah. I think because there's, and he had studied, what was it? Clouds. I can't remember. I don't know. I just don't know the terms are, but yeah, he was into that stuff. He thought he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, and they're going to find out. I'll be interested if it ever comes out in trial once they figure it out, because, and this is going down the rabbit holes I don't like to do, but I'm going to do it just for entertainment purposes here, because I know we all think about it.
Yeah.
Was he actually one of those people that were on social media? Like, I know there was a Facebook, I deleted my Facebook, but I know that there was all these screenshots on Facebook of, what the hell was the name? Papa something?
Papa Roger, yeah.
Yes, that's it. And, people were saying, and I gotta admit, I went back and I dug through and and I'm like, this could have been a police officer, which I think it still could have been. I think it definitely was someone close, because that person said long before we ever knew about a sheath, and I would have never thought of a sheath. They said, I think he left the sheath. And then once the PCA comes out and we heard that there's a sheath with this on it, and I'm like, okay, whoever that was, all of a sudden deleted their account. That doesn't mean it was BK. It could have been someone close to, like someone like a police officer or someone close to the investigation or a relative. And then once they heard the PCA come out and that being in it, they were like, oh God, I'm going to lose my job. They're going to look into who this was now. And they deleted everything. So that could be the case too. But it will be interesting that if they do find that it was him.
Oh, because that's going to be a whole lot of admissible evidence of him. That's going to be his testimony.
There's no doubt in that, what was it, a month before they got him? There's no doubt he was following all this, and the urge not to throw out some misinformation or throw out some stuff. I can't imagine that he didn't do some of it.
Oh, I'm sure. No, the one thing I just want to say about Papa Roger, I actually just made a video the other day, and it was like just debunking some of the myths about the case. And I do things like that sometimes just to like kind of be like, hey, you bullshit channels out there, I see your bullshit, and I'm like going to be like, stop the bullshit. And so like that's like, you know, every now and then I just have to.
I didn't even see that.
So I was just like looking at the Papa Roger materials again, and and I mean, this is what I thought, you know, a while ago when I was looking into Papa Roger, and this is what I still think about it. It's the way that the way that the phrasing of their words, the way he spoke, particularly when you're comparing that questionnaire that he put out on Reddit, you know what I'm talking about, when he was in grad school, and then some of the questions that Papa Roger poses, it's really, I'm actually going to give you an example here because now I have to, but it's really like, wow, okay.
Very close to what his his little like, thesis he thought he was doing there had, you know, was very, he was obviously very interested in behavioral, and like, yeah, he was creepy.
He wanted to be me. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, he did, but for the opposite reasons, for devious reasons.
Oh yes. Oh my God.
But you know, I've heard someone earlier tonight in your chat say, well, you know, he had zero connection to any of these. Well, first off, we don't absolutely know that, because the connection doesn't mean that they had a connection with him. But he may have, like we said, he may have, I'm just throwing out there, he may have met them at, or saw them at Bad Creek or something, and became obsessed. That doesn't mean they knew about it.
That's right.
But also, Ted Bundy didn't have any connection to all his people he murdered. He saw him that night out and followed them home and killed them.
And a motive is not a prerequisite for charging or convicting.
Right.
Like a
juries love to find it and hear it.
Oh, so yeah. It helps remove that reasonable doubt. Oh man, it's crazy.
No, I think this is going to be a fascinating case to watch. And I don't get into a million of the other ones. I mean, I always like, you know, but this one for some reason is just.
I know this.
I'm just hoping people don't turn it into, and that's what I see happening. But I also have to say that lately, because I don't watch that part of, I guess maybe I've changed my algorithm over the past year, so that's good.
Good.
But
congratulations, get away from Nicole Kessinger, for the love of God.
Yeah, exactly. For the most part, I think people are starting to be, with the exception of some of the, you know, like we said, JLRs and the others that, I still get those on it because they are covering this case, so it'll show up here and there. Mm-hmm. But, you know, for example, I know Richie talked earlier about T-Rev. I've been very impressed.
Yeah.
He's very, very focused. I played his
video earlier. I was saying I was skeptical at first, but he's really made some good turns, and I'm a fan.
Yeah, me too. I've become very, very big fan. Mm-hmm. You know, there's people like you that are giving me hope that, you know, there's the obvious.
I like to provide hope.
Duty Ron and Ed and those guys.
And I like Police Off the Cuff too.
Yeah, Police Off the Cuff. They're good friends with Duty Ron. They're also retired NYPD. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's a lot of hope that there is some, you know, some good stuff in true crime too. People that are really focusing on common sense, the facts. You know, looking at not just digging down. Oh my God, let's look at this. You know, when this first leaked,
let's make as much bullshit.
Yeah, I don't want to name. I'm trying not to name names because I don't want to badmouth anyone. Right. No, but you know what I mean by when this footage came out. I didn't want it to become like when the Watts footage came out. For 2 years, people are sitting there and still thinking that they're discovering things. This shadow right here looks like you're in a grainy, especially once you zoom in on this.
Right.
The pixels move. You can't get anything out of that. I mean, the pixels literally move. If the wind blows, the pixels will move. I mean, I don't want this to turn into that where a year from now somebody's saying, I found this shadow in this footage and it shows this, you know. There's nothing there. The only possible question is the 423 guy. That's it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
I've seen some similarities with this, with the Watts case. Mm-hmm. Well, that he was being railroaded, and well, now that he's locked away, he's admitted what he did.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Totally right.
And what kind of piece of crap kills their 2 little girls?
Oh my God.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Guy's a dirtbag. He did it. He 100% did it. There was no other explanation for it. Every ounce of evidence in it. He was the only one in the freaking house. He brought him out there. He buried him. He admitted it. He's continued to admit it. And if anyone else was there or involved or any of that stuff, he said, why? What would he not say? I mean, he won't even say to his parents he didn't do it. And he's not scared of anything. He's in prison for the rest of his life.
Right.
The guy did it. People give up.
And he's in prison because he was scared to go to the trial, because he's just a big fucking, I can't even say the word. He's a big scaredy cat, dude.
Yeah, he's a pansy. He's a beta. He's a beta male, and he did what he did.
Yeah,
and it was disgusting, most disgusting crime I've ever. I don't even want to think about it anymore because it's so disgusting what that guy did. I can't believe people are giving him attention. His biggest punishment would be everyone just not give him attention. I don't care what he says. I don't care what his family has to say. All due respect to them. I know they're probably hurting. I don't care. I don't care.
I know. It's freaking crazy.
Yeah, I've come to, obviously this channel. There's a couple others I watch. There were a few at the beginning I thought were pretty good, but they've completely went off the rails.
I know. And it's sad.
I mean, they're off the rails.
It does. And I always, I really like, those of you that watch this channel know that I support other creators. I like to support other creators. I like commending other people. I know I don't know everything. I don't have all the content. I don't even want all that. I just have my little slice of whatever, and it's all good. I would much prefer to commend and refer people to, quality sources. I don't like to have adverse relationships with other creators, but especially with the relationship I have with, a couple of the students at the University of Idaho, and a couple, just some relationships I've created. I don't want to go into that now. I've felt, whereas I wouldn't speak out against all of the manufactured material, as we say, for clicks and views, I now feel compelled to, because I now understand the reason behind why it is so damaging and it is so hurtful and it is so very, very wrong. The one example that, I've used time and time again, WSU Kim, I haven't even said this on YouTube yet because my computer security guy, I was catastrophically hacked during the Kylie Rodney case. And ever since then, I have a computer security guy that just keeps things up to par. He also finds abnormalities when you're all acting weird on my channel and you got all these different alts and stuff, guys. I know about it. I get a report every couple of weeks, and I know y'all are, and it's fine. But just don't do anything in weird life real. So that WSU Kim woman, okay, she was the reason that the 2 fraternity guys I'm connected with eventually wanted to speak out. And one of the main reasons was, well, drug house, and they feel protective of their friends who can't speak for themselves. But also, her assertion that, all of these students knew hours before the 911 call. And some of you were like, oh, there she goes, off on that again. Yep, here I go, off on that again. That is just categorically untrue. The 2 guys that I've had a connection with them for 7 months. I wasn't ever even planning on doing any content on them. I contacted a couple people who were who I thought might be able to, where I could find their contact information, and that I thought might be able to answer some questions I had, because I was just trying to figure things out like the rest of the world, because this was such a shocking, horrible case. It just so happens we continued the friendship, and then, they just started confiding me about things they knew and whatever. But to say that all of these students knew at 8 or 8:30, whereas these 2 Sigma Chi guys, they estimate they got up between 10 and 10:30. They don't know exactly, because they say it was just like any other day until it wasn't. And then it was unlike any other day, of course. And then Hunter Chapin was up, obviously Ethan's triplet brother, was up even earlier than them, because he was double booked with some study obligations on that day. Because if you have, I am a Delta. I pledged Delta Tri Delta sorority when I was in college. And if you have been in a sorority or fraternity, you know that there is an academic component to it. Everyone in the sorority or fraternity must perform academically up to par, or you lose your funding and you're out of standing with the university, and then all things go to hell and whatever. So anyhow, so let me get back on track. Sorry, I digress again. So for people to be saying and, recruiting people to speak to this false narrative that all of these students knew hours before 911 was called absolutely breaks the heart of these guys and all of Ethan's other friends. And I'm only speaking to them because this is the connection that I have so that I can speak to it. And particularly Hunter Chapin and the Chapin family, because that is to say that they were all up a couple hours or more before 911 was called. You've all seen how close the Sigma Chi house is to 1122 King Road. They were 200 yards away. Yet, for Hunter, his brother, for these guys, their good friend, is in that house either dead or bleeding to death. And they just didn't bother to do anything about it. And that's when they decided that they were going to speak out. And I'm sorry, I obviously feel something about that because I've been saying this time and time and time again, and they won't stop the bullshit. And by the way, my computer guy has found 19 different alts for WSU Kim that she uses just within my own channel environment. And all of the comments are fucked up. So that's for all y'all.
For my part, I personally, I thought she was full of shit.
Yeah.
And that guy Dave as well. He was another one with that. Oh well, what were they doing? And that's led to all this other stuff that Dylan and Bethany knew, and they let their friends bleed to death and all this.
Yeah.
That really pisses me off.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I, like I said, I thought those two were full of crap. And when you come up and said that you had the two guys that disputes all that sealed it for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank God
thought
I don't even know who this
I
is.
thought it anyway, but that just sealed it for me that those two were lying.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I was never you saw that content. I was never planning on talking about any of it. It became a private conversation. It was more like, I felt like they're like therapists, that's my field of work. And, they disclosed a lot to me and I was grateful for it. And, we just had these agreements of I wasn't, they just came to trust me, obviously, that I wasn't going to be using it to exploit this case or anything. But then when she came out with that, I mean,
Kelly.
I remember the phone call. Oh my God, they were out of their minds, hurt and livid and heartbroken and just a lot of emotion and anger about it.
Is this Kim, the one I heard one time way back? Someone called. I don't remember even what channel it was because I turned it off after listening for 2 minutes because I was like, this woman's nuts. I can't believe anyone's even giving them time of day. Is this the one that said that their kids went there or something?
Yes.
And that they knew it was a drug and that people knew hours
Yes.
before and all this.
Yeah.
Okay, I heard 2 minutes of this, and I honestly,
and everything she brought up was my daughter's friend's sister told her, and then she told me. It was all roundabout way she knew this stuff.
It was a classical lying sequence. Oh, and T-Rev debunked her as well. I don't know if you saw that, but I don't know. She used various different emails with him and, a bunch of people. And so he followed all of those emails back to one singular Facebook profile. And the woman lives in Corpus Christi, Texas. And her name, according to Facebook, is very close to what this Kim's real actual name is, according to what she tells everyone anyway. And, he basically broke it down. So guys, I'm so sorry if you're subscribed, mentally and emotionally to that narrative, please start to talk yourself down. And if you need some resources in your local community, we'll help you find them, but you got to get off of that stuff because it's not good for anybody.
Let me say this, Kelly. A lot of people have asked, and I haven't really talked about it, but a lot of people always ask when I go in chats, if they recognize me from back when I was actually doing YouTube. And they would be like, where you been? The best thing I ever did was take this past over a year now to just step back and get away from it, because now I look back in and I realize what you were saying earlier. We get worried about when I was a creator, whatever. We get worried about because, as you see in even the chat now, there's people on every side. So we worry about we don't want to offend, because they may like this great. Now, what I realized, if I ever did YouTube again, first thing I would do is literally just ignore all of that. Just focus on what you believe is right. And people will continue, even the haters will continue to watch. and continue to grow. Stick to what you believe is right, what you know, your gut feeling. Don't worry about it. And sometimes, yes, it's a wild world out there. And as a responsible creator, sometimes you do have to come on and address, maybe not, you know, get into the, oh, this person's a bad, but address what they're talking about and just say, hey, this is terrible and this is why. Like even Duty Ron sometimes will go on and do a like impromptu live from his car and just be like, look, I'm hearing all this craziness and this is wild and stupid. And he calls them jagaloons or whatever. I love it. And he goes, this is jagaloon stuff. We don't, and you know what? The guy has been successful and has grown massively, and he's a real pro at what he does. But he will come out and say, this is wild, stupid stuff at times. But then you just move on. And yes, people that love those things or love those theories will jump in your chat and call you names. Just ignore it. You got to just ignore it. Yeah. Even me, I admit, I focused too much on it. I let it get to me mentally, and I stepped away. But that would be my best advice. What I've noticed as stepping back and now looking in from the outside, I'm like, you know, why did I ever let that stuff? Just stick true to your beliefs. Yeah. Don't listen to people. Absolutely. And if you feel there's something that's being done that is very unfair, then absolutely speak your piece, and go out and defend it. These people, you know, these people don't realize there's real families involved. When you're talking about these poor girls that are victims that survived this, I mean, I don't know what's worse, to die in it or to survive it, to be honest. I mean, this is going to affect them for many years.
Oh, their lives have been wrecked.
Yeah.
You know, their education or college experience, that's gone. They'll probably, this will be chasing them the rest of their lives.
Oh, it absolutely
and
will.
The thing that worries me the most is that there's probably some lunatic out here listening to all this stuff. What if somebody like that goes after one of them thinking they were involved?
Yeah, look what happened here. There is lunatics out there that may think that they're gonna become some hero. I mean, there's people. We have a mental health crisis in America right now, and you got somebody out there that's gonna, you know, say, look, I'm gonna be a hero because I'm gonna take out what we believe. It's just so. I mean, they have to get jobs. These are young kids that are literally in the prime of their life, finishing college, want to start careers, and you know, I know for a fact because I do hiring. I work in banking. And I do hiring. And when we hire people, or whenever I interview someone, first thing I do is I go Google them.
Yeah.
And I look at their social media if they have it. We all do it. And if all of a sudden I get this thing and I get somebody that's being told they're involved in this, even if I know it's kind of unfair, I'm going to be like, I'm going to think subconsciously, I can't help it. I'm human. Do I want them on my team? Is that going to bring drama? Is that going to be, you know, what kind of liabilities is bringing to the business, to the bank? Like, I don't know if this is going to affect them forever, man. It's so horrible. So horrible.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely it is. I mean, it's just, it is. It is. And it's like, you know, and I just think of, you know, when I finally had to start speaking out against that, you know, and it was hard for me. I don't like doing that kind of stuff. I don't like, you know, being in conflict with people. I don't like the things that I know people are, I just don't like it. There's no room for it. It's not usually part of my life. But I just felt like,
Kelly, I don't want to cut you off, but can I please, and I apologize so much, address a comment?
Please. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Yes.
So the Rockaways all night has been very much into the theory that, and I respect it, but into the theory, or into the idea that Bryan Kohberger doesn't have to say anything. Advice is shut up, blah, 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 innocent till proven guilty. They have to prove it, so on and so forth. I get it, and I respect that, the Rockaways. But then they just made a comment, I'll withhold my sympathy, talking about to Dylan and them, until we know what actually went down. Well, wait, you're not offering that same benefit of innocent till proven guilty when you know they've been thoroughly vetted. They haven't even been charged with anything. He's in jail for a quadruple murder with a lot of evidence, and you're saying we're terrible for talking about him, but you don't want to give Dylan and Bethany the same benefit of the doubt.
Oh, seriously.
That you're giving Bryan Kohberger?
Yeah.
This is why, this is why Baudelaire, and I don't want people in true crime involved in that jury.
I made a comment in another thread earlier today about exactly that. You want Kohberger to be treated as innocent until proven guilty, but yet you're after these girls like white on rice.
Exactly.
And I asked, I was kind of ignorant about it. I asked them if they had pitchforks. because that's exactly what this is.
Yeah, it's
No.
terrible.
You know, I'm certain they looked at those two girls very hard at the start.
Mm-hmm.
And if there had been anything, they'd have been in jail.
And guys, like, you know, people, and also people, you know, need to understand, well, for a couple things, you know, done a couple of videos recently, you know, that have talked about the two surviving roommates. And one of them was to explain the 5 typical human responses to extreme fear and trauma, which is to freeze, friend, flop, fight, or flight. Uploaded a couple of days ago. Check it out. It's good. Behavioral psychology. And, you know,
I watched that.
People comment and, like, you know, and I leave most of the comments. You can still read most of them, except they're egregious or super hateful. And that, like, they will, like, go off on me and they'll be like, what the F is your problem? How can you stand up for these girls? I'm like, well, first of all, hold it. I'm just not accusing them of anything. I'm just telling a story. I'm not even taking a stance either way. I'm just really, it's kind of educating because this is something I happen to have learned about in life. So there you go. And they will just, I mean, it truly does. I mean, it's really kind of crazy, guys. Those of you, if you are the person that's leaving those comments, I'm going to tell you right now from a professional in the field of psychology, you're sounding a little bit cray, okay? A little crazy. It's like, wait, it's out of hand. It's really out of hand. And there was another thing I was going to say, and I forgot it.
I'm sorry. I cut you off for that rant,
it's okay.
but
that's okay. It's all right.
That bothers me. It's like, I respect everyone's opinions when even with him, when they say, okay, he's innocent, they'll prove him guilty.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But you're, like Richie said, but at the same time, you're willing to go, he just said, well, they had a duty to report a crime. Well, first off, that's a gray area in the law, at least I know in my experience. But let's even say that they didn't know a crime committed. They did report it.
Right. I mean, you have to witness a crime or observe, you know, the obvious consequence or the obvious effect, like natural consequences of a crime in order for that to even be applicable, which it doesn't. I don't think either of those happened until the moment when they found what they found.
Believe me, when the police showed up there, the very first suspects are always going to be significant others and those surviving people in the house. You don't think that their first thought was, wait a second, you just found this out. Once they talked to and investigated, they thoroughly looked at everything. Like Richie said earlier, they definitely took a dump of their phones, all of that stuff. Mm-hmm. If there was an ounce of this, they would have loved to close this case right there and then and never have it go national and not get the attention for this town that they did. The college, the university there is massive money. I mean, that's probably 90% of their economy in that town is the university. Hence why, and I disagree with it, that they want to tear down this thing so quick and get this PR stuff to move on. I don't think they're doing the right thing.
No.
And I hope they don't, but
sign the petition.
I understand why they want to. From a business standpoint and a PR standpoint, they want this thing to go on. So if they could have arrested those two girls and said, you did it, they absolutely would have. Right there and then.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And they would have loved everyone.
Or if they were of the mind to frame someone, they had those two sitting right there.
That too. Right, exactly.
Why go through all this other rigmarole?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wait a month to find some guy.
As far as the school, I can see, let's get rid of that because it's a black mark. But also consider, and maybe it shouldn't be a consideration, but they're having to park security there 24/7. That's got to be expensive.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because if they don't do it, there's going to be people going in that house.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I agree, but I think evidentiary wise, I mean, it's so important. I mean, so many houses are still up to this day, but you know, I've seen cases, honest to God, and I was thinking of this when they first started announcing saying they were going to tear it down, and then they're not even really talking to the families, but that's another story. Just tearing it down anyways before trial. I've seen cases that we've handled right here in Utica, New York, of where there was a aggravated DUI case where we took it to trial for the defense. The jury wanted to go out to the intersection to see what was going on.
Right.
We're talking just a DUI case. Now, this is a quadruple murder case. This is a massive. They are absolutely going to want to see it. Look at Parkland. Parkland case. They knew who did that. They caught the guy on the scene. The jury still wanted to go out to the house.
That's right.
We saw in the Murdaugh case. They wanted to go out
and
walk around.
The feedback from the Murdaugh jurors, at least 2 of them that I heard talk, going out to Moselle and seeing how much closer together things were, further apart or whatever, than they thought was absolutely critical for their opinion on the final outcome of the case. That is a perfect example right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, I get why they want to tear it down, but there's the benefits, there's no need to do it before the trial. I get why they want to do it. They're coming back to school. You want to put this behind you. Maybe people see it, and absolutely. But guess what? That happens in big murder cases all the time. I mean, you still got the Watts house up. That was they killed their 2 kids and a pregnant wife in the house. Well, guess what? It took years, but now that house is sold and there's a new family living in it. They didn't have to tear it down.
That's right.
And it didn't even go to trial. So there's no good reason for the University of Iowa to be doing this. No legitimate reason for them to be doing this.
No, there's not. It's just they either don't want the annoyance or whatever, like the small expense. But it really, I think it's a terrible decision. And like when I think about it, I'm sure like many people, it starts to make me mad, because what is more important if you are the university that these students attended, where 2 of the triplet siblings of one of the students still attends, and I know that some of Kaylee's family goes there, and whatever the connections may be, they were their students. They were
Ethan's 2 twins still go. I mean,
exactly.
They're still their family is still giving them money.
What is more important than getting justice for these students? I mean, for the love of God, University of Idaho, get over yourself.
If you add up between all 4 of the victims, the 2 surviving victims, so now we got 6, and the two twins that are still going to school there, so now we're at 8. I don't know. I didn't look at the cost there, but I'm talking hundreds of thousands of dollars that these families are given to that university.
Oh, absolutely.
And the fact that they're victims of a crime like this, they owe a duty to make sure that house stays up.
Absolutely.
Even if it's a light possibility that they might want to go. You want to hear things. Juries like to see things. They like to be on the ground and say, okay, is it possible that she didn't hear or this one didn't hear?
And you know what? Here's another thing: the death penalty is now on the table. And I'm sorry, if you are a juror and you are looking at deciding if somebody is going to be exonerated, or if they're going to be convicted, or if they're going to die by lethal injection or a firing squad, you should have the right to go to the scene of the crime.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think with all the pushback, they'll end up leaving that alone.
I tend to agree. I think they have to.
Hopefully they do.
Especially with not only us here on YouTube, but even bigger figures are now speaking out on it. I think the backlash would be massive. I don't think they'll do it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think a lot of people in chat are saying this. And thank you so much, Pamela, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And you have a suggestion here, and I'm going to check it out. You said, Kelly, please cover Lindsay Clancy, Massachusetts case, postpartum psychosis needs attention. Oh my gosh. I'm already, I think, in on that one. Wow. I definitely will do that tomorrow. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah. Wow. It's crazy. Oh my goodness. So many crazy people.
It's all right. Crazy people have rights too.
That's right. That's right. But postpartum depression is a real thing. My son's just up to.
Oh my God!
I had postpartum depression, and I never really thought it was oh my God! I can't even tell you. There's nothing more. I've never experienced anything more real.
My sister went through it real bad. Her daughter, her first time she was fine, and then she's got my little niece is 7.
Yeah.
And I remember her talking about. I remember at the time we were all like, no big deal, she'll be okay. I didn't know what it was. I'll be honest, I was ignorant to it. And but I talked to my brother-in-law, and he's like, dude, it was. She's doing great now, but for a year or so, she was I mean, I remember my mother calling me and saying oh no, I gotta go to your sister's house, and watch the baby. She just needs to go for a ride. I'm like, what are you talking about? Needs to go for a rite? That's weird. She's like, she's not doing well. I'm like, and I admit it. I didn't know, but I've learned since, it was really bad.
It's like, I can't even, it's just, it is very, it's very real. That's all I can say. Oh my gosh. I'm just going to ask this question here. Then I actually am going to have to wrap up soon because it's getting quite late.
Yeah, I have to be at the Boilermaker, well, where we're all supposed to be meeting in like 6 hours, but I'm good.
Okay.
It's a weekend.
Oh, I am seriously, you guys are both wonderful. Thank you so much for coming up here. And it's just, I'm always
Can
trying
I
to
ask your mod, Ara said she emailed me?
Yeah.
Can I ask her if she emailed, because I don't know how to type in the chat when I'm on panel.
Okay.
What she emailed me at, was it the one on my YouTube page? I haven't checked that in a while, so I'll have to go check it if that's where she did.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Or you heard the question. So.
Yeah. And she has a question in there for the panel. She just put in there.
Yeah. Okay.
Question
Cool.
for panel. I didn't read it yet.
Okay. Let's see here. Hey, thanks, Jamie. Thank you for saying so. Hey, I really appreciate it. Well, okay, so physics says, I have a problem with the certainty that BK did this before we have seen all the evidence. Well, I mean, that is a good point. And, innocent until proven guilty, as we always say. But listen, here's the thing. Okay, and at this point, I was very skeptical for a while. I was looking for misconduct. I was looking for collusion, corruption, whatever it was, because I'm used to seeing those things in the true crime cases I cover. Because I usually choose to cover true crime cases because those things exist and it's kind of juicy or whatever. Like, it personally interests me is what I'm saying. And then there's also the behavioral psychology dynamic of it. This is how I pick what I cover. But anyway, and so I was very skeptical, but recently, I've just taken a turn and, seeing the evidence that we do understand exists is indicative of the guilt of one person and really one person only, or really 5.37 trillion. No, I don't even know. I'm just joking about that. But, and, I have not seen any evidence to point me in any other direction. I'm just going to be honest. What I have felt the push of trying to push or pull me in the other direction ended up being people who are selfishly manipulating their viewers for, greed, sloth, whatever, what is some deadly sin. So, I just, that's where I'm at, everything that's trying to convince me that, he might be innocent. They really are like just in it for the wrong reasons. And they're kind of disgusting me as human beings. Evidence points that he did do it. I don't see evidence pointing to anybody else. If there's something could totally change my mind, I'm not committed to it, but that's all I've got to say. Go ahead.
No, I would say, because I've answered this question in a couple comments where I've been back and forth with people, is that I'm totally aware of the presumption of innocence. And I'm well aware, as someone that is a big advocate for constitutional law, I absolutely believe everyone deserves to be innocent until proven guilty, and that they have to meet the burden of proof, the prosecution. If I was on the jury, I know me, I would be able to pivot my mind to saying, okay, I need to follow the letter of the law. But what we're doing here is we are analyzing. We're analysts. So we're analyzing things, but trying to do so in a responsible, professional manner.
Right.
So do I believe he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt right now? If I was on the jury right now, let me say this, and they literally didn't present, both cases just rested based on what we have in public right now, I would not be able to convict him. I would vote not guilty because beyond a reasonable doubt by the letter of the law, they have not proven that yet. So I would say to physics, I understand that, but what we're doing is analyzing, and I'm basing this on the totality of the circumstances and all the evidence that we do have so far, analyzing it from the outside. I believe all evidence points to he absolutely did it, was there, at least involved. I'm open to possibly some help. But again, this is all just analytical stuff. It's not, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. No, I definitely do understand that too. And I think it's important that, we do maintain, that attitude and the presumption of guilt and all of that. And so justice will prevail and, the system is going to work properly. So, we don't have people that are, sent to the firing squad who did nothing wrong and vice versa. Right. So I definitely appreciate that. But
I think Ara mentioned something about the death penalty. Do we think that I think it was Ara that posted that question. Yes. Okay. Death penalty. Does the pressure of the death penalty on the table influence the jurors? More pressure, so everyone is more particular and open-minded. I think I see what she's saying, and I think absolutely, in my experience, death penalty.
death penalty qualified jurors, by the way, are typically a huge majority percent conservative and Republican. I'm just saying, I'm putting the facts out there. I felt like she was like indicating towards some kind of a social attitude or something there.
No, I think the way I interpreted it was just simply, are they gonna in their own mind hold the prosecution to like a higher burden? And honestly, historically, when juries are studied in death in capital murder cases, yes, absolutely, they do. They take their duty a lot more serious, because
and we
they
are
know
very grateful for that. Yeah.
And that's another reason why
they should have the right to see that house.
I believe, and maybe I'm giving, maybe they're playing me, or maybe they're punking me, but I believe the prosecution has something massive that is going to come out, and they have a massive case, because they've come out strongly for this death penalty, and they're like, no holds barred, we're taking this guy down. So
that's right.
They're going to get him.
I mean, that's right. I mean, everything you're saying. I mean, that is why in the beginning I wasn't convinced he was guilty. I certainly wasn't convinced he was innocent, but I was really being able to maintain like the ground where I'm just like kind of open to everything. And I was trying to question all the places you would normally question. Like the defense is going after wants the training records, because the only possible way, in my opinion, based on what we know now, and things could of course change, the defense is going to be able to foster any reasonable doubt in the minds of jurors, is to attack the source of the evidentiary collection process, or the means by which it became evidence, a la fruit of the poisonous tree or something like that, because I don't think they really have anywhere else to focus. I really don't.
No, I
thought it was curious that I had heard a comment, whether it was in a official document or not, that at least part of these training records she's trying to get is where they learned to interrogate people. Which I thought was, why? That seems kind of odd to me.
Yeah, because he was never interrogated until after arrest.
Well, I think it had to do with I think it had to do with, well, how did they question, say, Dylan and Bethany? That kind of popped in my head, but I just thought it was a really odd thing to ask for.
Well, you know what? Okay, so as you're saying that, and I heard from a certain source that I tend to, find to be reliable as far as disseminating information that we're not supposed to do due to the possibly overbroad gag order or gag order. But anyway, I heard that, and maybe this is public knowledge by now. I don't think I've read all those documents because they just started to pile up, and I'm also trying to have a life. God, there's so many documents dropping every day. But that it had to do with, it was focusing on the interviewing of the witnesses. And I mean, really, as far as we know, is when you're talking eyewitness, there really only is one. And that's Dylan, right? So, and then there was the whole, thing with the motion to compel Bethany Funk's testimony at the pretrial hearing, followed by the motion to quash and all of that. And the claim that, Bethany has exculpatory evidence, which, by the way, I think that Ann Taylor brought on that investigator right before the exculpatory evidence bit came out, specifically. So he was the one submitting the document, authoring the document where the term exculpatory evidence was brought into play, because that is a really, powerful term. And I don't believe there is any exculpatory evidence of any sort out there.
Yeah, I don't either. I thought that was a lawyer game.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I think Ann Taylor is not a dummy. She's smart. She knows. She knows she's got the world's eyes on her.
Yeah.
She's got a massive uphill battle. Everything's at her. She knows right now her only thing is, this is small. Like we were talking earlier, you got a bunch of small town cops. They've never really dealt with something like this, and I'm just going to attack these kids. I'm going to call them kids because they're probably younger guys, cops. A lot of them. I think the lead investigator was only like, I don't know, 30s or something, maybe late 20s, 30s. I mean, because that's one of the things they were attacking.
Yeah.
So she knows that that's her only avenue. If she had anything else, she wouldn't be doing that. I'll tell you that right now. She would not be doing that. She's going after, like he said about the interrogation. Oh, I'm gonna talk about how, they weren't trained right and they were trained by some podunk person or something. Well, guess what? So was 90% of America. Not everyone is in Washington, D.C., New York City, Seattle, San Francisco, where they have the resources to go out and get FBI or send their guys to Quantico. All right. 90% of America is middle America. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
And so by doing that, she's also going to risk, she's going to be attacking that community, really.
That's right. And he did have FBI, he did have Quantico ultimately in this investigation too, but yeah.
Right. But she's gonna have to balance that, and I'm just speaking from a strategical point. She's gonna have to really balance that because this is a small town again. So even though that could be a good strategy to attack those guys, you're gonna have a jury of your peers. So it's a small town, it's a small jury pool. Everybody knows everybody. They're gonna take it personal when you start going after those guys. And you start going after this police chief. These are people that you know in your community. It's not like, again, even O.J. Simpson's trial where it's Los Angeles. You have millions of people. So not everybody's connected to who these cops. Not everybody knows their local cop. So when they attack the police, Johnny Cochran and, what's his name with the DNA there, who started the Innocence Project after, Barry Scheck. I met him when he got a guy free up here in Nida County. But, in L.A., you could get away with that. It's a massive, millions and millions of people.
Sure.
So they're not connected. There's not a feel. Here, you're going to have people that know people, and there's no way around that. Even with jury bar, you're not going to get around getting everybody off. There's going to be at least half, if not more, I'd say maybe all of the jury are going to know somebody involved in this case, whether it be an investigator, a business, a person. So she's gonna have to, and my advice to her, and I shouldn't give it to her, but not that she's listening to me, but I'm just saying that my advice to her would be, that's a fine line you gotta walk there when you're gonna attack these guys.
That's right.
And it brings to mind for me the people that think Moscow PD is trying to frame him or whatever. I don't think they're considering that. You're not just talking about Moscow PD. You're talking about Pullman, Moscow, FBI, and the Pennsylvania police.
Yeah.
That's an incredibly large conspiracy to hang this on one guy.
Yeah, great point. Great point.
That just so happened to be out driving around acting suspicious with his phone at the time these 4 kids were murdered.
Yeah.
It's like Daniel put it the other night that he would have to be the unluckiest bastard on earth for this to happen to if he didn't do it.
And then was there ever confirmation that I think there was, that they found like one of the IDs at in Pennsylvania? Because they did find certain things.
They did, yes. So in Pennsylvania, if you look at I don't know what they found. There's like 10 items they found after serving the search warrant in Pennsylvania, and one of them says, I think it says, I don't know. It's a number of ID cards in a glove in a box
connected to the victims. It didn't say was the victims, but connected to.
Now apparently, and I think it's Brian Enton. Look, one of these is connected somehow to the 1122 King Road residence.
Yeah, there you go. Talk about luck. I'm sorry. I'll just get this out quick and then let you go, Richie. But no, I want to emphasize what Richie just said, that he has to be the most unlucky son of a bitch in the world that, somebody happened to throw their IDs on him. They happened to get his DNA there, but also, geez, he couldn't sleep that night. So he decided to take a drive to this small town and go up this side road. And drive by their houses.
5 minutes of when these 4 young
when the murders happened.
Were getting murdered. Right.
What an unlucky guy, man.
I know.
I got to go visit BK. I got to take him out to dinner. Poor guy.
I know. That's wild. That's right. I'm just thanking
so
much.
Go
ahead. Let me just thank her for the super chat really quick.
Okay.
And I haven't read. Okay. And this is a good message too. I had to get closer. I had to make my screen bigger to read it. So thank you for the super chat, Miss Lily C. And it says, thank you, great show, mods, panel, and chat. Remember, or remain nice and agree to disagree on some things. and no one should be disrespectful. That's an awesome message, and it really is kind of the basis of this channel. So thank you so much. And thank you for contributing to the conversation all night, Miss Lily. See, I appreciate you. And I'm choking, so go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to add, I think I heard it today that there were 10 IDs found in that glove.
Yes, that's right.
And
In
that,
a glove,
and that
in a
one
box.
of
Yeah.
and that one of them is connected somehow to that house.
Did you hear that from Jennifer Coffin? Jennifer, on TV?
You know, I think it was her that mentioned that.
I think that I heard that she spoke about that. So I have to go back and listen
Yeah,
to that.
because I did listen to her interview.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, and that was consistent with what I had heard before. And yeah, so I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, I mean, you're right. There's so many places where we could look to say, holy cow, he is surely the most unlucky person in the whole entire world.
Just the fact that he's got 10 IDs stuffed in a glove somewhere is odd.
Shoved in a box. That is weird on its own, isn't it?
A lot of the things this guy does is weird. Wearing gloves,
well,
like, all right, let's say he was innocent. He's at least a weird, creepy dude. I mean, something it all adds up. Like he, again, like Richie said, not to keep on parroting him, but unlucky would have to be the understatement of the world. I mean, in history, I mean, this guy. That's why I say again, legally, right now, no, I can't say. But as Larry analyzing, there's way too much. I mean, I think it's a closed case against BK unless you get somebody on there that's just a naysayer and that says, nope, I love victims, or I mean, I love criminals and I'm not going to vote for him to be guilty, and you just get a hung jury. But he's done.
Yeah.
The idea now is, what can we find out? We want to know the truth. We want to know the facts, and we want to understand why this happened, because it's a terrible thing and you want to learn. That's the whole point of criminology. You want to learn how things happen so that you could hopefully prevent them in the future and things like that. So, I mean, there's a place for that. That's my concern here, at least my interest right now. And like I said, the only thing I'll entertain is that, yes, I still believe it's possible he had help. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't. I also think he could have totally did it on his own.
Yeah.
But I do question if he had help. But again, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think that is a place that could be questioned, but I doubt it personally, just because of the psychological profile I've been able to understand of him. But that is a good question. I do want to clear up really quick. I just been looking through chat. I just want to clear up the bit about the death penalty and the death penalty qualified jury. And if you guys on panel, if I get any of this wrong, just go ahead and correct me. But I think I've got this right. So you don't want to have, like, Prosser Gang and Becky we're kind of talking about. So Prosser Gang says, Becky, if you're not pro DP, you cannot be considered. Well, this is more how I look at it. You don't want a jury. You don't want your jury pool to come down to all potential jurors who are pro death penalty, because then that jury, by definition, is biased, and you've got to start all over again. Everyone's going to have to eventually, if you're looking at the whole, that you can't have that. So you want to be open to the idea of death penalty. You're open to that. If presented facts that prove the guilt, or I don't know what the exact wording would be, you would be open to the idea of voting that a person is guilty, convicting them, even if the death penalty is on the table. Because most people have not ever been in a circumstance where they've really had to consider that. I mean, with their personal investment in this person's future, life, or death on the line. So they can't all be pro-death penalty. They certainly can't all be anti-death penalty. They have to be open to the possibility of making that decision themselves. And there's a series of questions that are asked. So hopefully the court is able to get at the heart of a person's fundamental beliefs on that and choose jurors who are open to the idea, but they're not like, yeah, let's go kill the bastard, because that's what I like to do, So that's all.
Yeah, I agree. And likewise, they can't be, I'm totally against the death penalty, because they're going to get booted off for that. I mean, and rightfully so. But for the record, I'm not and I don't mind people probably a lot of people disagree with me, but I'm not an advocate of the death penalty. I don't agree with the death penalty.
Yeah.
So, but that's just me personally. But if I was chosen on a jury, if I felt the person was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, could I make that decision? I would. I'm not going to let my personal beliefs trump the law, and that's why I say there's a difference between if Larry was on the jury or if Larry just sitting here giving my opinion.
Yeah.
And I could decipher the two. I could pivot my mind the other way if I needed to.
Yeah.
That's me.
That's really right.
But,
so I'm going to get wrapping up soon. Do you have any final words, Richie, before we get going?
Well, I just want to say I was nervous about doing this. This is my first time. But
oh my gosh, thank you so much. I'm honored. Thank you.
I hope I contributed. And
you sure did.
I want to thank the two of you guys for an interesting conversation. And
yeah. Well, thank you so much. Like I said, people in the chat have enjoyed both of you, and I would have had no idea it was your first time on panel. I really appreciate everything you had to contribute. And, in the beginning of the live stream, keeping me focused with the little facts that you were inserting. So I didn't completely spin off the rails, and then none of us would be here at this blessed moment right now.
Yeah. Thank you. Richie, it was nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Well, nice talking to both of you guys. And, I'm just from, like I said before, just from what's out there right now that we know, I don't believe anybody else but him did it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And I think that all of us, certainly are, would change our minds if if there's like, oh my God, like serious bombshell, like evidence that came out, that shows we were wrong. On this channel covering true crime cases, I feel like you can't be, married to an outcome. You can't be like holding tight to being right or wrong about something, because if you do that, then you're going to turn into one of those channels that starts manufacturing and manipulating content so you can stay afloat. And I am not attached to any of those things. I really and truly am on the side of justice for the victims and peace for the families. And I have said I am wrong about something a number of times when appropriate. I apologize personally. I do whatever I need to do. If I feel like I've done anything that could cause a person harm, I do what I need to do to repair that and then move on. But, I definitely would be open to changing my mind, but that's where I'm at right now too.
Yeah, my feeling is it would have to be something spectacular to explain what he was doing out there at that time, and acting the way he did with the phone.
Yeah.
I don't see anything else he could say, I don't think there's any explaining that.
Short of a bombshell that, they come out and say, no, he actually went there for something that we just literally haven't even considered. And he just went there, and actually he was scared to death. He walked in and they threatened him, and he saw what happened. He ran. That's why he sped away, and he ran. And it was really, I don't know, the 423 guy. And he took off and ran from him. And, something crazy like that, but that still wouldn't explain so many other things. But again, I'm digging here, and that's really getting nutty. And then why wouldn't he report? Why wouldn't he report that? Why wouldn't he say something? And then bring his dad into town when he thinks that his life's in danger. His dad stayed with him at his apartment that night. So you wouldn't worry for your dad? I wouldn't bring my dad into that.
Oh, no, God.
Clearly, that's just digging. I agree. Richie, you've been awesome. I agree. It's
Yeah, I would with all that wild speculation running around, I'd really hate to see one of those two girls get hurt.
Oh, I know.
Because of all this ridiculous stuff floating around.
Terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what they're going through. And, I know everybody say, well, they're being quiet, this and that, but they're going to be star witnesses in the most watched case since probably O.J. Simpson. Probably even bigger. Nowadays with all the media, more people are watching this than that. So, they have to be quiet, and they're traumatized. They got every aspect. Just being a witness in anything is very stressful.
Oh my God.
You add on top of it, they were in the house in the circumstances, knowing now that they were in the house for that many hours, and this happened while they were there. Survivor's guilt, all of that.
And their friends were massacred, and it is a quadruple death penalty case. Oh my God.
They have everything. They have everything over their heads. And then to know, being that young, and to know that they have to be on social media still, even if they're not, they're watching it. It's impossible not to. they see that everybody's saying these things and digging into their lives and putting these pictures up and putting up videos saying, where was this one? And this one's this and this one's that. And these thumbnails with their faces on them. And I just puke. I puke when I see that.
I know.
Yeah, I saw a thread the other day on another channel where somebody had posted a picture of Dylan supposedly holding a K-bar.
Oh, I know. Yes.
Yeah, and somebody jumped on there and said, hey, no, that's Photoshopped if you reverse image on that. But, you know, most people they're going to see that. And I could tell from comments, a lot of people were saying, oh, well, what was she doing with that? You know, had no question that the picture was probably fake, which it was.
Yeah. Oh, it was. That came out a long time ago. Then it's been recycled a few times. Yeah.
And somebody had said, well, she took it off. Well, here's the thing. Somebody probably posted it to one of her, like, Instagram or something. Well, of course, she's going to take that picture off, and then she's going to shut her channel down, which she did, or went private, so you can't see it.
Yeah.
Well, who else? You know, anybody would do that.
Well, nowadays, I'm surprised, and I shouldn't even say this because it's probably going to start very soon. But nowadays, with all this AI and these videos and these fake videos that you can do, I'm so surprised that people aren't running with making, and it's probably going to happen, making deep fake videos. You know, it just takes using AI, a little app, Chat GPT, whatever they use, and they're going to be making videos that literally looks like and sounds like Bryan, or looks and sounds like one of these victims, and saying, look, I have this, and it's just getting so sick. Look at this guy, the Brent Kopaka thing. I hear people talking about this poor guy served his country so honorably. Like, he's a Purple Heart winner. I mean, I've researched on the division and that he was in, airborne division, that they were like they were like, they saw more action. I mean, half of their entire platoon or whatever was actually died there. So this guy, he had severe PTSD. He came back. It was totally unrelated. You don't think? He killed. What was it? He was killed in Washington there, right next to the thing, by the police SWAT team on, I forget what it was, December 15th or something. It was like literally as they were traveling over. So Bryan wasn't even caught yet. You don't think that they immediately said, does this have something to do with it? Looked at everything on this guy. They would have he had nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
And people are saying, oh, it's making me so mad. Like, his family and friends have to deal with this poor guy, passing away in a tragic incident like this because of a mental health issue due to serving his country. And now, even in death, people are doing this to his name and doing this to his family. It's like, and then they're saying, well, no, he was in the CIA and some big operative with a contract, and he went and oh yeah, but yet the only friends they could find are just, again, salt of the earth people. Like, there's no the guy was living in whatever. Like, come on, dude, stop, people, stop.
Yeah.
Think, use your brains.
It's crazy.
And leave them alone.
I know. Geez, that's freaking terrible. That is freaking terrible.
But these are people that have no conscience. They're sick, and they don't realize there's real people's lives out there that are affected by the things they say.
I don't know. I don't think they're that stupid. I think they just don't care that there's.
Well, yeah, that too. I don't know. You're better at this than me. I don't know if that's narcissism, sociopath. I don't know what it is. There's so many different things nowadays.
It's called, dude, you're an asshole. Cut it out. Like, seriously.
Thank you. I didn't want to say that, but yes, I agree. You're a freaking asshole. Like, but everybody's a big shot. That's, maybe this is the Gen X in me coming out. But like when I was a kid, you had.
Oh, Larry and I are the same age as well.
Are we really?
Yeah. Did you know that about us? Yeah.
Wow. You're 25 too?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Don't tell people.
Richie's 28. He's old.
Richie.
Actually, a bit older than that. But.
As are we.
Yeah, we are. But when we grew up, like, that's why our generations. Like, we didn't have the internet to sit here and do all this crap. Like, if you talked crap about somebody, guess what? You had to do it to their face. And you had to be willing to accept the consequence of getting punched in the face. And nowadays, they don't have to do that. So guys like, and I hate to say, I'm going to bring the name up, but guys like JLR can run around harassing people online and doing these things. but then hiding and saying, but I follow the law and I got my media hat. Come on, dude. I don't care about that, man. Go back to 1995. You would have got punched in the mouth and you would have never said those things again. You would not be harassing these kids.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It was definitely a much different time for sure. Oh man. So all right, guys, I'm gonna get wrapping up because my brain is starting to move in like really slow motion. But I can't even tell you guys how much I appreciate you. Just Larry and Richie, you guys are amazing.
Guess what, Kelly?
Thank you so much.
You're lucky I don't have your number because I would be calling you at 5 a.m. when I wake up in 2 hours for the Boilermaker just to harass you and wake you up.
That's okay. I mean, I've done live streams like a few times, and I'm like, oh, cool. I've got to be at work in about 2 hours for a 10-hour day. That's great. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. You'll power through.
At least I'm not running it, so I'm good. I'm just gonna be I'm just gonna be drinking at the after party.
There you go.
At the brewery.
See, life ain't so bad for you anyway, Larry. You're good.
Yeah, I'll be all right.
You'll be all right.
All right, I'm gonna get going.
Take care, Larry.
Awesome. Thanks for letting me come up and chat.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
been a long time, so this was fun.
Yeah.
Richie, awesome meeting you. Great job. I hope
Thank
you come up.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely will.
Awesome.
Thank you both, and thanks to everybody in the chat that hung with us. So.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah,
your chat's been awesome. I've been following it the whole time we've been talking.
I love this channel's chat. They're freaking amazing. So
you got moderators. Very smart comments in there. I mean, I wish I didn't get a chance to talk about them all, but yeah, you got some awesome comments.
Yeah, that's right.
Very high intelligent. All right. Good night, Kelly.
All right, good night. Good night, guys. Take care. Thank you so much. I really so much appreciate you.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye, Richie. It was great having you up here. Come back very soon, please.
I will. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Oh, bye. Oh my goodness. They're great, really smart dudes, man. I can't believe I hung with them for that long. 4 hours. Holy cow. I'm gonna be exhausted tomorrow just keeping up with those guys and all you awesome people in chat. Seriously though. You guys are just great. Bye. Okay. Let's see. Hey Cecile, how are you, by the way? It's always great to see you here. And I also saw, who did I see? True Tam and J Lore. Oh gosh, I've seen like a lot. Like and Utter, I noticed you were here a while back. Utter, thank you for being here. So there's a few of our wonderful moderators. I didn't get a chance to say anything though because we were just like talking a lot. So I'm glad you're here. And Prosser Gang and others that are part of that conversation. I think I saw like Michelle and True Tam and I can't remember everybody else. But yeah, I'm glad that you recognize what's going on with that creation and dissemination of harmful information. I wish that I could do more. I don't know. I think that with this case, for me, this is always going to be I guess pivotal moment as far as like just how I mean, my fundamental views have always been the same, but as like a true crime channel creator, seeing firsthand and on a very like raw and emotional level how people have family members, how best friends, how triplet siblings are affected by what some channel decides to create and start to say because it's given them a run of subs up and views, and it literally makes me sick. It very literally makes me sick. It's hard to see, it's hard to handle, and it's hard to not be able to do something more to stop that. You know what I mean? I don't know, guys. I mean, this has been heavily on my mind since I started this channel, but in a different way now, I guess. Or really, really, really on my mind right now. I don't know. And I also saw that, okay, all right, maybe I'm starting to understand with Jennifer Kofendaffer. I don't know. That you got some healthy, I don't know what the name was, Healthy Living Women. I'm sorry if I messed it up. I'm sorry. Healthy New York City Wellness Beauty for Women 40s plus. I saw you it's mentioned about, and then I saw some other people saying some other things. What I originally heard was that it was 2 IDs in a glove in a box. Okay. And then it went to 10 IDs in a glove in a box. And I see that somebody wrote that it was evidence item number 10 and the handwriting is really poor. So I see that. And then I also know that Jennifer Kohberger herself misspoke on a channel when this was first starting to be talked about. And she said it was 10 IDs in a glove box, I think. So there's been definite misinformation about that. And I don't want to spread that in this channel. So I just want to put it out there that we aren't sure on that detail. I don't think I ever stated that we were clear on it, but thank you for pointing that out. And yeah, so we don't really know about that, but you can go look up the document yourself if you'd like. It's the evidence collection document. I don't know, can't remember what form it is, for the Pennsylvania serve warrant execution results. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just trying to scroll down in chat, trying to like take a couple things in and also get down to current time. I also saw someone comment that True Crime Circus, is that what it's called, or Crime Circus, or I don't even know what it's called. I mean, I've watched some of the videos. I just don't remember what it's called. Was intended to be like horror stories in true crime. It was kind of like a spoof channel. I mean, you've seen the host Drip Drop, and you know, I don't know if you've seen the channel, you know what I'm talking about. And I don't think that he himself was ever intending on being taken seriously in the true crime community, as though he would now be a leader of the latest theories in some of the biggest cases with national and international attention, like the biggest. But that's what he is. And I think that just sort of goes to illustrate for some people, like where a section of, I'm not going to separate myself from anyone else, but a section of us in the true crime community are determined that things will be as hyperbolic, sensational, salacious, and I don't know, like just screwed up as possible. And this is, you know, just for some people, it's those antisocial or male social qualities to a situation that bond them to other people who are likely, not all, but likely other people who have the same tendency to identify and nurture maladaptive antisocial qualities over which they bond with other people who have those same qualities. And it's in there, and it is related to some mental disorders, and sometimes it's not. So I don't even want to go into that, because I'm not wanting to be clear on what I'm saying, and I'm not trying to explain all that to you, but I am just saying maybe we should all be aware of that, and that it does happen. And I think that Crime Circus or True Crime Circus or Drip Drop or whatever, and him intending to just really poke fun at the true crime community, and now all of a sudden still dressed up as a tragic, you know, clown named Drip Drop. He is a leading source of the latest information and breaking news for a not so small subsection of the true crime community. If I had a mic, I would drop it, because what else do you say about after that? It's so bizarre. So bizarre. Just trying to get down to current chat. Yes, he does intend to. That's how disingenuous he is. I think perhaps he does now. I don't think he intended to be that when he first started out. I guess that's what I was trying to say. Drip Drop is now harassing random friends of Bryan. Yeah, I didn't like that he brought back the Kopaka in that video. I didn't watch it. I will not watch it. And I'll watch just about anything. Kopaka's, I don't even know if I want to say it, but I don't even want to say it. But buddy, guys, it's just sick stuff. Yeah. Yes, just Larry, very well said. And True Tam, did I say hi to you yet, honey? I just like reached out to your name and like tickled you. I'm really happy to see you. Just Larry says he's an entertainer. He should focus on closed cases and weird stuff, not active cases. He's doing harm to people. That's, yes, exactly it. That's interesting physics. I don't know. Yeah, could possibly. Oh my gosh. It's still at least one is. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, guys, for the, what have we said, or what is being said now, even by you guys in chat, about the IDs and the glove and the box and the 10 and the 2 and the 10. I'm sorry, anybody that's watching this, you're not going to get any actual information that you can rely in this live stream right now, because I think we're all a little confused about it at the very least. So maybe I'll try to figure that out and put something out resolving it at another time, because I want to get the right information out, but I have no idea what it is. He has no business investigating anything. No, really. Huh. Interesting stuff, guys. So, all right. Well, guys, thank you so much for being here. Gosh, this turned into a really long live stream, but we had 2 awesome guest panelists. That was really awesome. So happy to have them here, as I said, and really super awesome chat. And moderators, you guys are the bomb. Thank you so much. Subscribers, members. If you're not a subscriber or member, but you're here, consider subscribing. We enjoyed everybody who was here, so I'm sure we want you to come back. Definitely, for sure, Z. And yeah, I just appreciate all of you guys so much, and thank you for keeping it real. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And always, let's remember, this is all about the victims and their families. And on this channel, the most important thing is always working towards justice for the victims and peace for their families.
All right, everybody. So I appreciate all of you so much. Larry, have fun waking up in 30 minutes and out in the hot sun. Don't drink too much alcohol tomorrow without drinking too much water first, and put some food in your belly too. Have fun at the Boilermaker. And everybody, please be safe. I'm so glad that you're all here. I hope you come back next time. And again, my email is wassobsession@gmail.com. If you need to give me any information or if you have any questions, and please, in the meantime, take care of yourself, your loved ones, but mostly yourself, because I know you deserve it.